All right, Realm, what's going on? Your boy back with a new keyboard and hopefully a continuous stream. What's going on? Let me know how my levels are sounding right now. AKW, well. Yeah. Hustle and motivate, what's going on? QTI Grizzly, what's up? Nightbeard, happy born day, Nightbeard. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Hustle. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That shore life. Brian Motor, what's going on? Lord Metro, you already know what it is. Vanilla Gorilla. I like that. Staccato, what's going on? Salute. Yeah, Toto Dope. King, how many knees you've taken today? You're going to be in his bag. You know what I'm saying? The man with the plan. 69. Eagles fan, what up? What's going on? Iron Lord brother right there. You know what I'm saying? Judah, 144. Yeah, man, I appreciate y'all up in here early. You know, I always appreciate y'all. I got Attic in the building. Attic, talk to the people if you're still next to your computer.
What's going on?
No doubt. Attic got a fly new camera, so he's feeling himself.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get rid of this flash.
Nah, that's good. Oh, man, Lloyd Metroid, $2 super chat. Stream lasted like the Dreamcat. Yeah, yo. Let me explain.
They're gonna clown you for that.
Depressed, bro. I was legit depressed off of that, bro. Like, I'm like, why on my stream, my stuff won't malfunction on the Sega joint I got playing? But we're gonna be back in the building. That's not gonna stop. You know what I mean? Shout out to Razer Products, who hopefully keep me through. No shout out, I ain't gonna do that. But no shout out to other products that did me dirty on my moment. But we will be back in the building. But yo, we're gonna get Andrew Alliance up in here. You already know the king is gonna pull through, solve the whole bit. We may have some special guests pull up. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it's gonna be fun. So look, I will be back. Def Mobile, what's going on, man? Salute. Judah 144. Is that Zab? I'm just joking. Anyway, look, we'll be back. We'll get the rest of the lords up in there. Judah said, what's up, Attic?
What's up?
So we'll be back.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again.
I cry the praises of the limestone town.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. And hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 218. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got DeadSpaceRemake and EA Play, ActivisionBlizzard lawsuit, and Tencent acquiring Sumo to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose smooth, analytical, and informative approach to content creation is truly remarkable to watch. Whether it be his detailed tech tutorials or intellectual live streams consisting of productive advice, all formed with a concise stream of thought. Introducing the creator and host of the Andrew Alliance YouTube channel and the founder of The Show Radio, the Lord of Objectivity, fellow Destiny brethren, who reminds us all, be patient when you see the vision that the masses don't. Live from where Brooklyn at, and making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Uriah, a.k.a. Andrew Alliance. How we doing, sir?
Bro, man, that was a extremely incredible intro, man. Like, I appreciate that. That was really, really dope. Took me back so many different memories and stuff like that. You guys are doing incredible. So thank you for the invitation, man. Appreciate it.
No doubt, brother. You're a Lord at what you do. It's only right we show you the proper respect here in the realm. We've been building. We've been talking about this moment for a minute. So it's good to have you, man. But first of all, how you been and what have you been playing, sir?
Well, Destiny, in and out of Destiny. Woo! I've been actually on Clubhouse a lot, man. The last couple of weeks, it's been, building some dope relationships on Clubhouse on the investing side of things, whether it's stocks or cryptocurrency. So I've been spending time there. But Destiny, jumping in there, do a couple of
doing our
rounds.
solstice?
Nah, not really doing solstice. It's like I want to, but it's like time, right? Yeah, time. I'm trying. I feel like I'm trying to catch up on some time things, especially when it comes to like generational wealth and stuff like that. Financial literacy and stuff. But let's talk gaming. The gaming stuff though is Destiny for sure and Streets of Rage 4. I'm actually waiting for Turtles. I can't wait for Turtles to come out because I'm really excited about that. Shredder's Revenge. So yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Shout out to I believe that's Dotemu who did that one, and me King. Yeah. We had a chance to be with the devs when Streets of Rage 4 was first announced at PAX, and that's probably one of our most fun videos. Like King with the crew, everybody, and we're debuting the 4-player. And having a ball, and like it's actually one of our better performing videos. People are like, yo, you guys need to do
it's a beautiful game, man. Yes. And definitely congrats on that. It's a beautiful game because it just takes us back to the games that we grew up with in the 80s, 90s. If you grew up in that era, right, for sure. But it's fantastic.
Absolutely, man. So we're going to get into it. We got a lot to discuss. And we already got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table with some time-sensitive intros. Because we have...
You hear that, King, right?
Yes.
I hear nothing.
He hears nothing. He's a minute snatcher.
I hear nothing. Limit yourself.
So when he says time-sensitive, he means skip combat talk.
No, it ain't no
He's
combat
saying
talk.
Get to the point.
No,
get to the point, guys.
He means
Anyway.
Keep the IPS down.
Keep the interrupt per second down.
He says time sensitive. He's talking about you with your interrupt per second.
Time.
Like what you just did right now. You just elongated the time.
Anyway.
I appreciated that though, man. I appreciate that. That changed my life. It changed my life, bro.
My co-host with the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. We got a lot of things in store for you guys. We got a great guest, and we got some crazy topics to talk about today. Like, there's a lot that happened in a diameter of 1 week, man. Like,
Facts.
And that's my time sensitive topic because I got to make sure I leave enough time to interrupt King on his time.
Yes. You have to save your IPS for King.
Yes.
Anyway, and of course we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. What's going on, fellas?
I'm chilling.
I'm back normal today. I'm actually plugged in, so I'm not on borrowed time.
Bro, you sounded good remote from the job. Do I have to?
No, the connection was good. It was just that I forgot my damn battery pack.
Then his phone started dying.
And it was. I was on the laptop. I brought my laptop with me. The thing is that I forgot my power supply, and when you have a 2080 in your laptop, like it's gonna die pretty fast.
That's gonna drain that, and no problem.
Yeah.
Did you hear that minor flex?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
When you have a 2080 in your laptop,
you have a 3090 Ti.
What he said is, he told a lot of you guys when you don't get a chance to look into your fake powerful PC.
That's what real power does to consumption.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it
does. You gotta yell your numbers.
15 minutes and you out.
Oh, and before we actually start the topic, I do want to talk about Skyward Sword briefly.
Oh, yes. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anything been playing, sir?
I played a little bit of Skyward Sword.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I want to give the game another chance, but the thing is, the way they had to translate the motion controls to regular controls, still ain't great. Like it's not good. It's not good.
You're trying not to play the game how it's intended.
And that's the thing. Like at this point, you might as well just play the game as it's right. Because
stop fighting the system and get in there.
They didn't put in the work to put the sword on a button. No, you don't do that. No.
Get that work.
It's on the right analog.
In a minute. I want to talk about it here in a minute.
Okay. So besides that, I've been playing this 2D kind of gothic action RPG. What's that? Well, it seems like an action game more than an RPG. It's called Ender Lilies. Ender Lilies.
Yes. I will. I gotta plug the home team. Look out for something from one of our writers on lordsofgaming.net. In reference to that title, we were able to get. We got some coverage coming.
Fantastic. Because the game is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful game. Okay. So far in terms of gameplay, when it comes to like boss battles, I noticed that it's kind of deliberate stuff. Like you really have to look at patterns and stuff like that. But so far, I don't have a lot of moves yet, so I don't know how deep the combat goes.
Okay.
But in terms of this, like the stage enemies, the regular enemies moving through stages, so far they're kind of boring and kind of So, but the boss stuff is pretty cool, and like I said, the game is gorgeous. The designs are absolutely amazing. So. Look out for Ender Lilies. That's pretty much it.
Before we transition to solve, do you want me to wait? Wait till after we actually missed a couple of super chats.
Did you get all the ones from the beginning or any?
I only got the very first. That was it.
Okay. So Lord Metroid, did you get that one?
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Yep. If we get everything after that, so we can catch up a little bit.
All right. So we have Omega Wolf with the $5 super chat. I'm finally able to catch a live show. Love the slander and smoke that's thrown freely. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Doesn't happen.
He's familiar with it, right?
If you thought that was smoke, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Flame, $2 super chat. Good afternoon, Realm. This week has defeated me. Flame, what's going on, bro?
What's up, Flame? What's going on, brother?
I feel you, brother. Don't worry. Monday starts a new day.
Yeah. I feel you. Beaner with the $5 super chat. Just wanted to show my favorite podcast some love. Wife is in labor now with baby number 2. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So I'll catch y'all after. Lots of love to my amazing wife.
You get that baby.
Shout out to you and your wife. Exactly. Yes, please catch us afterwards.
Definitely watch the podcast. It might help her.
My God. with the engagement.
Yeah, she might laugh.
She'll laugh the baby right out.
I'm done.
Then we got Big Cloud Gaming, $5 super chat. It's showtime. Let's go.
Big
Thank you,
Cloud,
my brother.
Yo, shout out to Big Cloud. I see that sponsorship, bro. I see you moving PlayStation. I see you. Let's go.
Then we got Cedric H, $5 super chat. Good day, Lords. Good day to you, sir, as well.
No doubt.
Okay, hold on. Let me. I didn't get a chance to copy paste these.
No, you good. You good.
Then we got Beaner once again, $3 super chat. Also, Game Pass is the baby's father.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Cedric H, good day, Lords. We read that one already. Hold on a second. We got Flame once again, $2 super chat. I meant in reference to that news. Yes, that is very disappointing news. You guys know we try to keep it light here, but we got to talk about this. Definitely. Then we got Paul AFC, £5 super chat. Respect to the realm. I see Dead Space is a topic. You talking that empty space in the PS5.
Oh, see, y'all messy already. Come on. You can't be with the console warring. It's
early.
It's too early, man.
Let the show heat up first before you start shooting.
Did anybody have their coffee yet? For that.
I didn't finish my coffee.
It should have launched with his belly full.
King is about all this.
This is what King has.
King is all about this.
So we're caught up.
King. Tell them he paid his good money to say that.
Exactly. And you shall be heard, sir.
Respectfully.
Gerald back $5 super chat. All hail the ILP. Just showing love to the Lords. Thank you, my brother.
Oh, hold on. Slow Mo said a super chat. I think that is his. So let me get Slow Mo. Afternoon Lords, guest, and Destiny crackheads. Gonna start Death Door today.
Sounds about right.
Hope you guys had a chance to play it. No doubt, no doubt. So we all caught up?
Yeah, we're caught up. My bad, Slow Mo. I didn't see that.
Good. We good. Slow is good. And of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox, king of the statues. It demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how are we doing, sir?
We're doing incredibly fantastic. Skyward Sword is in the streets. Baby. And you got a chance to witness greatness.
Mario agrees in the back.
Man. So I haven't turned my my Nintendo Switch on for a while. And when I did turn on, it's like, it's my turn, Captain. So we in this? We got updates and stuff to do. Don't worry about it. I got you.
No doubt.
And I put it in and I put Skyward Sword in, and I was like, wow. We always have this revisionist thoughts of games.
Yeah.
And when we go back to play them, like, to me, it was always in this HD resolution, but it never was.
Yeah,
that's true. When you go back sometimes, you're like, oh.
Exactly.
Nostalgia, something else.
Hell yeah. You got to respect any company that goes back and just up-res it, and people think, oh, that was a minor thing. They didn't do anything. Just thank God they did. Thank you. And they fix a couple of little things, and it's for some reason the dialogue is like faster. Certain people, because like before you have to talk to every last NPC, and the way it's structured, you don't have to do that stuff no more. So of course I'm loving that stuff, but Game Pass.
What's been going on with the Game Pass for the week?
Yeah, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer wanted to be as petty as possible, and he put out 5 new games.
Okay.
So I'm playing Raja. Is it Raja?
Yeah.
I forgot the
and that game, it reminds me of Assassin's Creed. Was it China? That one that we was going from the side scrolling, and it's crazy. It's a real good game. I started playing that, and my son had me download this game called Curse Fraud, like Curse FROD.
Okay.
And it's like PUBG with powers.
Oh, that's wild.
It is literally probably one of the most funky. I'm into like PUBG, but this is like if PUBG was actually fixed. Like when it first came out, the foliage is crazy. You can put cursed things down on the floor. You can fly in the air, because I was like this character, like the Norse god, and I could fly in the air and come down with my hammer and smite people. And it's not something or you can run away from. You use your power to run away from people too. But it has a competitive balance. It just really felt like PUBG, a little bit more polished with the powers that we was asking for. And I was just like, wow. My son found it and he was like, oh, you like this? And we wind up playing it, and then I wind up playing it with Chris and everybody. And it was like a little
battle royale format.
Yeah, free to play battle royale game, and it is. Everybody's telling me it's pretty old, but it's new to me. So it was lit as hell. Of course, I'm playing Outriders. Doing carries and stuff like that for people. But we got our raid in with Destiny, guys.
Yeah, that was a good raid this week.
These dudes hit me up. They saw me on. And Cog hit me first Scream hit me, and then Cog hit me. I was like, don't worry, I'll get it with you. So I get in the room, and I come in the room peeking in like, because I know what they asking for.
You knew it, that was a raid.
I would say Will sent me 5 or 6 invites. So I'm sitting there looking on my screen because I'm watching Funimation, and I'm like, he don't hit me up unless I'm trying to do a raid. And I'm like, do I really want to get on Destiny? Because I know when I jump in the party, it's like the doors get locked behind me. I can't leave.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. We got you.
So we had a good raid. We got it done. It was a little bit too many chefs in the pot.
Yeah, a lot of leaders.
But yeah, everybody wanted to be, have a voice of reason or something. But it was a good raid. We finished the raid, of course. Yes. But it's always fun gaming with your brothers. It's absolutely incredible, that feeling that you get when you're in there and you're saying jokes that everybody knows, it was just we had some missteps. They was calling me an outrider. They was calling me an outrider dude.
They try to act like he was a casual whenever you mess up.
Get this outrider dude out of here. Just outrider.
Shout out to Tack being messy.
Yes, but you see a different side of Tack now.
Yeah,
he's a father. He's a husband, and he has a different side to him. So it was just so much fun. And I was playing with my guys this week. So I'm trying to get into a couple of more games before Ascent hits this week, because I'm going to binge play that. And I wanted to get into He-Man that just dropped. Shout out to everybody that got a chance to see that. I hear is liquid crack. So I'm gonna do that. You watched that what was that Ninjutsu Tencent? What was that?
Tencent, right?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
I saw probably 10-15 episodes in.
Damn,
man, that's my man. That's my man.
So we all good, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you check out Chris Tales? Anybody check out Chris Tales?
No,
I have not, but people are telling me about it.
I'm about to.
Yeah.
The name of it says that's a no for me.
Oh my God.
No.
And it's a JRPG.
No,
I might want to play that.
Yeah, that's you.
It's a no for me.
Oh, stop. Anyway, so look, sorry, you want to get that over before I go?
Hold on. What do we get? KSanti, $5 per chat. Death Door almost made me miss this show. I think I might have a problem. Salute to the Lords on this glorious Sunday.
No doubt. Shout out to KSanti. Shout out to him and Everboy. They got a good channel going on. Love what they're doing. I think it's on the real. let me know that KSanti so I can shout you out on the real.
Yeah,
reminds me of that Nah song. But anyway. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to the last word, my boy Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis, YouTube debut, y'all. We was YouTube live for our first time. Shout out to E on that. So, we had the amazing Zen martial artist, my boy, the Young Khan. Young Khan was dropping gems, King. It was a classic episode. He took it back to the Wu-Tang, the Run Short flicks. Kid, you got to watch that one when you get a chance. I am. He was in his bag, so salute to him. And then his story was like a lot of physical perseverance. I don't want to spoil too much, but he been through a lot. For him to be doing what he's doing. Salute to him. We had what else I've been playing? Destiny Solstice. On my grind, got that done. Obviously, King, shout out the raid we did. Hilarious raid. Shout out to everybody out there messing around, Scream, the crew, and all that. Still on my Mass Effect 2 grind, slowly but surely. Just like that. And Death's Door. I got the Death's Door going on. Yeah, so salute to that. But look, we got to get these super chats again, and then we'll get into, I think it's Hustle. And who else we got?
And we just got Hustle, $2 super chat. Uncharted 2 is the greatest game of all time. It's very good, sir.
You ain't gonna give him that.
I mean, at the time, there's a time and place thing. At the time, there was nothing cinematically like it.
Until The Last of Us 2 came and busted in.
You said Uncharted 2?
Decade later.
But you're not going to take Abby away.
Uncharted 2?
He said he said Uncharted 2. Yeah, how you feeling about that?
That's legendary, man.
Yeah, legendary. And like I said, for when it came out and the leap that it was over one, like it was big. It was a big deal.
No doubt. So look, now that we have gotten into what the Lords have been playing, we got to focus on our guest, Lord Andrew Alliance. His video
What's up, man?
You already know. Look, he got the smooth voice. You ready? His video game system history, and of course, what led him into content creation on his channel and the amazing The Show Radio. So, Lord Andrew, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Well, what caught my attention early was Atari 2600. What I played for the first time was TurboGrafx 16.
Oh, King, the floor is yours. Good King.
Yeah,
this is your guy. This is your. You just spoke
so
King language.
Oh, word. So we good now, King?
Yeah,
you
good now.
Leading back the whole
good.
time. Now you leading forward now.
We been good. You just made it even better.
Okay.
Like somebody asked you, would you like some whipped cream on that ice cream? Yes,
man.
yes,
Listen, man. What do you want to add to the ice cream, man? It's all good with me.
Talk some turbo.
TurboGrafx 16 is an amazing system.
Did you?
And I think
you had the turbo?
No, my cousin did. So I was going
did.
all over to, every time I had an opportunity to play it, I would go to his house and play it. I wonder if he still have it or kept it, but it's been many years since removed. But it really inspired me during that time. So that was 87. So Nintendo came out in 85, right? So I was like, okay, I need a system for myself. So we went from I went from being inspired by the TurboGrafx 16, playing the games of that particular platform, and I just love the way that the games were designed. Like they were so
cards.
Cards,
so cool.
That was amazing.
That was something they stole from Sega. Everybody wants to
the Master System had it first, but
the Master System,
right?
Right, exactly. So just inspired by that. So I was like, at the time I was like, Mom, I definitely want to, play some of these games. So Nintendo, was making a big splash with all their marketing even then, right? During that time.
Facts.
So I was like, what do I need to do to get it? And she said, well, if you clean the house consistently for a week.
Yeah, bribery always works.
Yeah, it always works, man.
Soft though.
So I just had to do it for a week solid. Of course I'll do it after, but that week I had to be like super pristine, right? I had to be amazing, right? I had to be incredible.
He was white gloving it, boy.
Listen, man, I was all the cracks, nooks, all that, right? So made it happen, and she got me the Nintendo, and that was history since. And I know there's some other consoles there. So between that, I went into the Sega Genesis.
Okay. Now you coming to our realm now.
Yeah. Somehow I acquired a Sega Master System, and it disappeared. I don't even know what happened.
Stop inviting that dude, whoever's you inviting over.
Yeah, I know.
That's a big system to steal.
And it's interesting you say that because growing up how we grew up in the city, if you spend a lot of time with cats that come over to your spot, right? Right, so you already know, right?
So the cartridges the cases be good, but the nut
right, but there's no game in there, right? So, and the thing is, it's like you believe, and this is a lesson here, you believe that everybody's your friend during that time, right? And then from there, you're hanging out with all these people because you have things in common. But just because you have things in common doesn't necessarily make them your friend, or they have your best interests at heart. Whether that's industry talk, if we fast forward all the way here or go back to even that era when we're growing up, we didn't know any better, but we thought we did, right?
Yep.
We thought we had all the information. But I think the generation now, the 17, 18, 19-year-olds now, they have more data in their hands than we did back then.
Facts.
In the early 90s because of the internet and the mobile phone and what that has done for us, right? So even then, so Sega Genesis went through that, and then somehow landed on the Dreamcast at some point. Sega Saturn is in there.
We gotta give Solve some Saturn love because I usually brush past it for my own bias, but
your own biases.
Yes, I gotta stop. But what attracted you to the Saturn? We don't get enough Saturn talk.
I think that the FGC community at the time was the excitement and the way that the community embraced each other, no matter where you were from or what you were doing. If you understood, fighting mechanics and cross-ups and those things, right? If you understood that world, then you had to get like a Saturn, like even with the King of Fighters 94, right? Around that time.
When you get that RAM card.
Yeah, and then trying to understand how to double up on the memory or whatever the case was with the Saturn, because you had to put one disc and then put the cartridge behind it or something like that or whatever.
Right. You had to put in the first one to be able to play the import, and then you swapped it out for the RAM card.
Right. Exactly. So those things are like we don't get those things like we did back then, but we see a lot of companies, and to be fair, we see a lot of companies coming back with those kind of things for us to enjoy those moments that we enjoyed, or relive to some degree those moments back in the day.
What I noticed back then, that's when we started learning about lost frames and animations, and how those lost frames in those animations actually affected gameplay. It wasn't the fact that you had X-Men, Children of the Atom, with all the frames inside the Saturn's version with the RAM pack to it. It was the fact that when you had the PlayStation, to the untrained eye, you would think everything is there. That affected the fight, because it's a different fight that you're having because those frames are missing. And sometimes you're counting those frames unconsciously while you're playing somebody. So you're looking for certain animations. And if those animations aren't there, that affects gameplay. We learned a lot from different levels of tech as we grew through this stuff. We learned very small nuances that we appreciate now, but we learned it back then.
You'd be surprised if you really think about the amount of 60 FPS games that we actually played back then. There were a lot.
It was a lot.
Yeah, definitely right about that, King. So even from that perspective, as you look at what we have to study now when it comes, so even just lean on the FGC stuff for a second, the things that we have to study, the frames and how long the punch is out before it comes back in, right? With the cross-ups and the distances that we have to learn.
That's dojo talk, man.
You're talking that fighting game dojo. I'm feeling it. But the ranges, range 0, 1, 2.
Man, even back then we didn't realize that we were doing homework to be a better Ken player, a better Ryu player later on, because it's like this guy just made me lose like $5 to $7 that I wasn't planning to lose today because I thought I was going to be the king.
Do you understand how important what you just said was? We had money on the line.
Money was on the line.
It's a whole different game. Like these dudes play at home and online. I lost the match. Yo, when you put your quarter up, could you imagine the line of the guy that's standing there that's playing and he's beating everybody and everybody has their quarter up, and he's eating people like Pac-Man as they step up and he's knocking them out, and you're saying, it's my turn, I'm going to beat him.
That's right.
Andrew, did you make your way to the Chinatown Fair and play over there?
No, I didn't.
You was just local? You was local?
Yeah, I was just local, hanging out with my friends. I played a lot of basketball back in the day, but so growing up in Brooklyn, there was a where I was, there's a junction, right, called Flatbush and Nostrand.
I was just going to ask you, was you in Flatbush or was you in Atlanta?
I was right there with the McDonald's. Before it was BBQs, I think there was the bank there.
We know where you at.
Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Bazaar.
Check the Brooklyn Bazaar.
So that's where I grew up. That's where I grew up. I keep that. That's always going to be home. I'm not in that area now because the reason. So I'll just go over here and then come back to that. I had a situation recently where somebody came to my home and was looking through my windows, and I just thought that was strange. So because of that, I don't advertise where I live.
No, smart.
So Brooklyn is always going to be home. I was there recently at Hamilton's on Fort, whatever that is. That particular restaurant in Brooklyn with my family. So I enjoyed that. But so Bulletproof Comics changed a lot for me because I was able to go in there, and then it's just a different air when you walk into a place where these are your people, right?
Oh my God!
Because the frustration of losing and winning, right, at the arcade, the pressure of the money, as you were mentioning before, King, that that this guy was not as nice, and the move that he got you with was not that impressive. And you lost money. Now you have to go back 4 or 5 in the queue, and now you're watching like your eyes they don't leave the screen until like you look at him over, because you know you're gonna take him now because you've done enough homework in the last 4 or 5 matches, right?
Yo, let me ask you a
This
question.
is the culture right here.
I got a chance to witness actual violence, like real unbelievable violence.
Yes.
That was absolutely uncalled for, but at the moment I understood why it happened. Right. So you remember when you would sonic boom somebody, and if they duck, you can just grab them and toss them.
Right.
So this guy was a straight guile fighter, and we call that cheese. Don't cheese me, bro.
Right.
The one dude, he was just kept doing it, and he had this one guy. I think he lost like $5 to this dude, and he's like, "Yo, stop cheesing me, bro." It was the last time.
Getting personal, bro.
Yeah, he did a dragon uppercut, and he was blocking. He came down and just grabbed him
Right off the block.
And
Oh
you know, he
my
goes
gosh.
with the
Yeah,
slow
yeah.
yes. He stood up, pulled out a knife, and stabbed him.
Yo,
Oh my god.
Yo, he said,
Oh
"I told
my
you stop
gosh.
cheesing me, bro." Like, and I'm sitting there like,
What do you do?
what do you
like,
do?
You're in
Yeah.
shock. It's
I
shock.
said, I witnessed real violence. Like,
Yeah,
real
it's
violence. But
it's personal, and I'm not surprised, because that's an extension of the person, right?
Yes.
yes,
Because when you're not, because losing has its place, right?
Yeah.
You have to lose in order to win, and we all understand that.
Mhm.
But the fact of the matter is as you're losing, if you're not learning
Yes.
to be better, then you can't handle the
loss.
outcome. You can't handle the outcome. And I think that the person that stabbed it's not funny, but the person that stabbed dude, or whatever, was an extension of the fact that I'm assuming it was a he.
It was a he.
Right?
But you never know.
Didn't learn how to deal with the pressure of the moment, right?
Yes.
Because it's not only the fact that you're playing with the
One-on-one.
person next to you.
You got
Right.
to. Mhm.
Exactly.
Talk
It's
to
the
'em.
fact that you have the magnitude and the amplification of the noises,
Yes.
of the smirks, of the air. Like
Yeah.
you can,
Let me-
when you're in the zone like that, right?
It's
When you're in the zone like that, it's like you can actually hear people breathing
Yep.
Mhm.
there's
when you're
so
in the zone
much-
like that.
It's
Yeah,
powerful.
right?
Yeah, there's so much
Yeah.
that you learn. You don't realize it in the moment,
Right.
but there's so much you learn, and just in terms of social skills,
Yes.
and just interacting with other people and the right things to do and say,
Mm-hmm.
just from that small, like that small sort of interaction. And you don't
Right.
realize it when you're young and growing up, but
Oh, I realized that we had a terror in this panel that I want to talk about, because we're talking about the mental aspects of this.
Yes, there
and
you
the
go.
competitive aspect. I gotta
Absolutely.
cut it just for a little bit, so because I know
Yeah.
you're spitting.
oh no,
It-
but I'm gonna jump
Yeah.
in with you because I know exactly.
Yeah, you know where I'm going, because this is a chamber that, like I said, like if you're not, I feel sorry sometimes for the youth of today, not to be on my old man and back in our days better bag, but there's a different level of mental toughness.
I can
that
assure you, we don't care.
there's a different level of mental toughness that had to be acquired, because see what Lord Andrew Alliance is painting this beautiful picture is, you have the competitive aspect of 1v1 someone who has a reputation in this arcade for being great, right? Then you have the pressure of there are many people around you, including your peers, watching to see the result of this, and your skills are on the line versus that. Then there is the additional mental aspect if you are dealing with someone with the tongue and the antagonizing nature of
Absolutely.
someone who could not only fight you, but can talk to you to get you
Right.
off your, we call it affectionately, off your squabble.
Off your
Off your game, off your dean. If you off your
Absolutely.
dean, King is the master of that.
You know what's funny? When I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh competitively.
Yeah, I remember.
I would literally. There's like a big hidden law, like don't really talk to your opponent.
Oh no.
But it's not against against the rules. So I would literally have full blown conversation because I know I can keep my
Right.
self.
That's part of the mental
understood.
game. Right.
And they're talking to me just misplaying like crazy because they're not concentrating.
Exactly. And that what King was a man. Not only was he good, he's good at maintaining his focus and composure while belittling you.
Right.
And you
right.
could be better in a particular character or a matchup, and that would take you completely out of your game. And then once
you have
you
to put it in a box. You
It's
have
over.
to put it in a box because your emotions can't be
Right.
In the moment. Because
Yes.
typically the wise individuals in the space, whether that's FGC or sports or whatever the case might be, they know how to play to your emotions to have you somewhat get your guard down a little bit, right?
Yeah, we know about that.
Yeah, which is why we respect Kobe Bryant and rest in peace Michael Jordan and players like that because they're
have
assassins.
To truly respect my tutor.
Who's your tutor?
The great Muhammad Ali. Rest in peace.
Okay.
So listen, I'm a student of boxing, right? I knew that these two dudes were better than me in particular things. But what they would do and what I notice is they get quiet while they play.
Yes.
And they focus.
Focus.
If I can distract you and then I can do something that you perceive as cheap and you feel that he's not supposed to be doing this.
Yeah.
And then I take the most outlandish character to
It's not supposed to be working.
bro.
It's not supposed to be working.
Right, because you should be able to see it a mile away.
Right.
But if you're distracted by what he's telling you, and what he would do, he would cheese. He would use Eddie Gordo, but he'd use him as Tiger. He would use him as Tiger
and put him
you
in.
have to have the chain on.
He would create outfits that you don't want to lose to that man while he's talking that talk. Continue, Saul.
Yeah.
So and he would just absolutely berate you the whole time. And in the beginning, and I give all the credit to King for that because honestly, he made my brother come out of his shell.
Oh yeah,
he made so many people
forged men.
He did. He really did. And I think I've said this before. It was all with love, right? That's your man.
Yeah.
Like it was the thing that if you were really in trouble, he's the first man there.
Of course.
He has your back. So, but there were some people in our circle that could not figure that out, and there was constantly beef between King and them because he would employ these tactics while we played, and they would take it personally, and they wouldn't grow from it. And every week, it was week upon week, it was beatings after beatings after beatings because they never got over that hump. But it was that was us every single week.
So you said week after week. So let's just talk about that a little bit because here's what I mean. Here's the angle I'm going to play on that particular thing. It's the fact that you're waiting till next week to go back. Right. And you're going back to Bulletproof, or you're going back to the arcade by King's Plaza when it used to be there, right?
Yes.
By Utica or whatever. You're going back to that area, and you know that you've prepared.
Yep.
You've studied. You've read. You've talked to your buddies, right? Because we can do like let's go watch YouTube. We can do that.
We download Game Facts.
Right. You did something like that, right? You did something like that, right? Or you practice with the people who were fantastic in your area before you went back to the arcade, because that's the only practice that you would get. And you tell them, hey, don't go easy on me because I'm about to go back to the arcade or whatever the case is, right? Yeah. So I think the pressure and the anxiety of waiting, and sometimes even the depression of leaving to know that you don't have the money right now, okay? To go back, right? So it's like, okay, so today I'm done. I'm spent. Right? I came in with 20. I don't have any more money now. So now I have to wait all the way till next week.
Bread is gone.
Right. Bread is gone. Right. So I have to wait till next week to prepare. And hopefully I don't lose another 20 next week because I'm better than last week. So all those things, man, I think, as you were saying before, LordCognito, is that the individuals that are being raised today, they don't understand that pressure, right?
Preach.
They don't understand that pressure and the resolve that it takes to come out of a situation to be better. Now, to be fair to them, maybe they do, right? Because if you're doing a whole bunch of TikTok videos, YouTube videos, or a podcast, you believe that you're going to get better. Some people are going to say your content is trash or it's not trash, right? So maybe they do. So maybe I don't know.
I'll give the esports community.
I'm gonna be real with you. The whole thing you be talking, Only thing like it sounds like to me is trauma, man. That's all
No,
it
it's
sounds
drama,
like
it's
to
drama.
me. No, trauma, not drama.
Yeah.
Trauma.
Trauma.
It is traumatic. It is.
It is traumatic. It's just a matter of how you
all
process
it sounds
it.
like to me is the arcade
Right.
has a bunch of late 20-year-olds and late 30-year-olds in therapy. That's all it sounds
But
like.
it depends at it, because
But
I think
what therapy though? Because we
Right.
didn't really look at therapy like we do today.
it
right?
wasn't
So-
right. It wasn't a real thing.
right.
Yeah.
But if you had a good buddy or a good
That's why I
squad back
said
then,
now.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying back then.
No, I get you.
right.
I
right,
think
right.
also there's a point we also forgetting too, that the call out, because that's another thing. That's another pressure. Like, people are King. You know where I'm going with this. Where it's like, you know, you can be the nicest in your square or your circle, whatever. But the call out was a thing, and if you get called out from where we were from, it was right there on this. I had
spot.
people drive from other states that knew of me and knew whatever, pull up to the house. It's like, yo, we going to 161 Arcade right now. I want to fight you and da-da-da. And like, 'cause I was big in the Tekken scene. Tekken was my thing, right? So, you know, I was a good harangue player. He was a Taekwondo
Oh,
artist.
damn, this generated stalkers too.
No,
Okay,
no,
I
it
got
was
you.
basically
No, it was
your name.
your
carried
name
the
name.
traveled,
Yeah.
and it's like there was people that were good in certain pockets of good areas, and then as online grew, you know, people would be like, "Yo, I know somebody that's really nice," and people would travel
to fight
Right.
to fight you.
like
Exactly.
a real karate flick.
Yes.
Like I heard you. Hey, back
Like,
the dose.
it was like Street Fighter for real. Like,
Yeah, like,
you had to factor in the traveling and the cost as well, right? So it wasn't just
Yes.
the cost of the arcade. But if you had a bus pass, you know,
Oh, salute to the
depending on-
you go
Yeah,
to the bus
right?
pass.
right? If you had a
to the
bus
bus
pass,
passes.
Oh my God.
you
Yo,
can
he
you can
talking.
swing.
Salute to the bus pass you could use on
through
the weekend.
Listen, man, if you had that joint, you made sure you got there.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
for sure,
with
for
the
sure.
connections and stuff like that. So I love that era, and now we've
I'm so
transitioned
glad I'm
into.
not from that era.
Listen, it was dope, man. It's dope. There's definitely a lot of lessons there, but now we've transitioned to the online space.
Yeah.
Now
Yes.
it's the reputation now. It's not just about the money factor, because it doesn't exist. You're spending the money up front to have the equipment to play, right?
Right.
Facts.
And the internet service to do that. What's at stake now is your behavior before, during, and after.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what's at stake now, your
Absolutely.
reputation, right? So when we look at the legends and the FGC scene now, it's what we enjoy now is their reputation. You know, with that famous fight with the multiple blocking of
Daigo.
Oh, yeah.
right. So the reputation of that will live on. We can't capture those moments that we had back in the arcade in the 90s because
Right.
they weren't recorded, right?
Correct.
But those live on based on the conversations and the chats that we have with our friends and our great friends. That's where they live on. But now we're able to capture those moments, and I think that it's fantastic that we are at this age. So it's a merger of the two stages, right, back then and now. But at the same time, what we have to appreciate is the fact that we can have those moments now, because those equipment to get them into your home and set up, you know, a man cave or whatever cave you set up is pretty cheap
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
these days, right?
Yeah.
So to set something up like that, to have those moments and even do like a YouTube video and film those interactions, right? It could be that content can live on, be like, oh, remember? Be like, nah, I don't need to remember.
Yep.
I can
I
go
gotta go
watch
pull
it.
up
You
the-
can go watch this.
I wish-
recorded that joint when you were salty because you didn't get up, right?
I
So-
wish we had the foresight to record our sessions back in the day.
Right. So
We would've
it's
been billionaires.
it's those moments we
Imagine
have
it.
to we have to
Imagine
cherish those moments for sure, man. We
Imagine
have
that mindset playing, like how you guys had playing head-to-head fighters, like back in the day, playing like a raid in Destiny, like all in one room today. Like,
Bro, like I said, it was such a cool era. I'm so glad.
get up and it's like you can physically go to that person that keeps dropping the ball. Like, what you doing? Like,
I tell you, I'm surprised that you don't gravitate towards that addict, because you have the way you play games.
Yeah.
You would, to me, you would be a great fighting.
Yeah,
game,
he would
player.
survive in that.
He will crack that controller.
Addict is one of the few that I know was built for that, because Addict lives for competition. Addict lives to be like, yo, I'm better than you. I'm nice, fam. So, and that's why we gravitate towards them, because we from that. Like it was a competitive era, but like you said, all the pictures you just painted, right? You know what I'm saying? The practice, the mental game, the travel, all the factors, the pressure, the money's on the line, quarters lost, you know, that kind of thing. And it made you, it developed mental toughness. It made you better. It made you focus. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, like, that's the only thing I wish more people had experienced. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that era really, it forged me. You know what I'm saying? I learned a lot of lessons, life lessons from King. I learned a lot of life lessons
delusion.
from people. Yeah.
It also brought delusion. And here's what I mean by that. It also brought the, it did.
Talk about it.
Here's what I mean, because the statement that we used to say, just like the arcade, was not true.
Talk about it. Let's go.
Right? Because we would see a game and we would get the game home.
Yeah. And, you know, I was gonna bring that up because I have to say shout out to the PlayStation for actually, and, you know, Neo Geo did it first. But
absolutely.
The PlayStation did it in the mainstream manner that it was a 1-to-1 when you got Tekken in the house and you saw Tekken in the arcade.
Ridge Racers.
Right.
And people don't understand why I hold the PlayStation in the lofty space that I do. And you know, people's like, what, you hold PlayStation in a lofty space right now? Let me explain what the PlayStation did for us. What we saw there on that system board, what was that, system 21?
System 11.
System 11? Oh, okay. And PlayStation 2 was like system 21 or something like that, 22. That system 11 board changed how the arcades behaved. Because now no longer is it graphics different. Everything's the same. Music might be better because of CD quality, right? The arcades had to make the machines bigger in order to compete with the house. So when you got into Daytona, you got into the car, they had to transport you into a world in the arcade. The PlayStation made the arcade a better place.
That's why it's funny you said, I know we go along, but
we were going to talk about that yesterday. I was going to talk about it yesterday.
Yeah, like that's why I have such an affection and affinity for PlayStation 1, because, again, like Lord Andrew is saying, is that as a kid, you're cognizant of that arcade. And when you got home, whether it be that, you know, Genesis or whatever, Sega Master, NES, you're like, damn, that's not the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Paris, who's in the chat. I actually said that when I was on Kind of Funny Xbox, because I'm a Shinobi guy. And that bothered me. I'm like, yo, the Master System version is not the same. Like, this is not it. Like, it's completely different. And it's not until generations later, as we advance and technology at home finally was advanced. And then what Sony did was like, look, that arcade tech, we're putting that same system board into our console. So it's a one-to-one relationship between Ridge Racer, Tekken, all that stuff. And you saw it. And then shout out to Bandai Namco, which I have a huge affection for. They added so much extras also on top of it. So you're like, oh, man, you feel like you're getting away with it. But continue, Andrew. This is your history. You're dropping.
No, man, what we just talking, man.
We all in this cipher together. So you're taking us on this wonderful journey.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even realize what angle that was going to happen today, because you always have the idea in your mind of what you think you're going to be talking about. And then that shifts and change based on the dynamic and the energy of the co-host and stuff like that. So I didn't even realize that this was going to be the route that I was going to take. But we traveled the same roads, we walked the same blocks, right? So I think it was only fair to actually go back to the fact that we had some challenges. All of us, we had some challenges, and sometimes those challenges were trying to figure out how to do a fireball or how to do an uppercut, right? We had some challenges.
We did,
right? Because when Super Nintendo, for me, when Super Nintendo came out and I was playing Street Fighter on Super Nintendo, I could not, for the life of me.
Me neither. Oh, I thought I was old enough, bro. I couldn't do all you can. I was terrible, bro. I
couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. And our friends who knew how to do it, they laughed at us, right? They made fun of us. We were bullied. That's what
I mean, you fight them and they do it nonstop just to show you how well they could do it. Even the small one.
That fireball, the fireball and the dragon punch were two moments for me in my gaming history where you sort of elevate. Like when you can consistently throw a fireball and put out a dragon punch.
Absolutely.
I elevated right there. It was like another.
How did you feel when you got into that Dragon Ball battle
the fireball
Hadouken,
and you can win them, and you can win those battles.
Right,
Yeah,
and the dude slips up.
Yep. somebody just gets nervous, and
you keep getting closer, and then when he goes to throw his fireball, you throw an uppercut.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's a great point, because when we saw that at the arcade, right, and you have these two legends in their own right going back and forth and just throwing fireballs, and the timing of that, I don't think maybe they do it or they don't. This generation, I don't think they appreciate like the timing it takes to learn how to play a fighting game, right?
Yeah.
So when we have, and I think we're spoiled today because
did you say our generation?
Oh,
no, I'm saying just when you think about individuals who watch FGC, or maybe not, or they don't think they don't see why people are so passionate about Smash or any game. Like, it's the timing that it takes. That's the point I'm making here. The timing that it takes to do the things that we see or we have the opportunity to watch or not watch, because you have a live stream of maybe PlayStation doing an event over the weekend. Be like, oh, okay, so that's another FGC event. But the energy and time that it takes to learn to even get to like a tournament.
Yep.
Just different.
It's not a little, it's not a little thing. And I think that, over time for us, even for me, I'll speak for myself, you forget what it took for individuals to get to that space to even compete.
Facts.
Right. And then, take a plane or potentially get sponsored depending on your demographic. If you have the opportunity to get sponsored, depending on your demographic, right? Then you get the flight, you get landed, you get a hotel. Now you're ready to go to an event. So all these things, man, I just appreciate like where we come from.
Oh yeah.
And we're just talking about FGC right now.
Those players are our Olympic hopefuls.
In a way, yeah.
In that whole aspect of it, because I watch these matches. These are trained competitors.
Yeah.
It's something different. You notice it when you see somebody have that certain something, and it takes a stick-to-itiveness, a fortitude, a resolve within yourself that you're going to learn this character to the best of its ability. And it's not that you can just learn the character in every move. You're going to know when to apply it in what situation and what time. And if you can perfect that little nuance, that one little nuance that you can break down the range 0, range 3, when you can break down it's beauty.
Yeah,
absolutely.
To behold in any game. If anybody can put in that work, and we're at a point now where before we were told that video games weren't going to amount to anything, was going to rot your brain, and you would not come, nothing would come from it.
Yeah,
but you would. This is a waste of time.
Yep. That was what we
Shout out to the 400 plus that is here. We did not waste time at all.
Right.
And I know everybody here has a different tone with their children because our adults that were, taking care of us didn't see it because they were taught something different. We saw this, we believe this, and we appreciate our rich history that you're giving us.
Yeah.
Because we all live it. And I know when we talk to our children, we teach them that freedom and that acceptance, the medium of choice that they choose.
Shout out to Fonz. He said it best. He said, "Facts, King. Now it's the biggest form of entertainment. Period." So again, the fruits of that, right? It's crazy. But look,
it's an amazing
transition too.
It's amazing.
We got transition because I could talk with this brother for so long on just the mental gymnastics and the aspects of fighting games and things like that. But we got to talk about you a little bit more in reference to your content creation. You know what I'm saying? And YouTube, what kind of inspired you to kind of like, you got a unique mix. You fuse like tech, gaming, and entertainment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I want to talk about that. The show radio, the amazing Daniela.
Absolutely, she is amazing.
No
for sure.
doubt. So let's get to it, man. Like, what inspired you to get into content creation?
Well, just going back to what we were just talking about and transitioning it to now is I always felt like I was better at what I did than everybody else. That's the honest truth, right? Right. So that goes right into, creating content for yourself and setting up a platform. And that sounds very harsh to some who do not understand what it takes to run, any kind of podcast, anything like that. But once you get into the world of creating content, then you realize that it's not as easy as we make it look, whether that's the Lords or anybody else that you watch or enjoy that particular content. So for me, it's a combination of a lot of things. I've always enjoyed my heroes in the space, right? The podcasters who've been around for a long time, who started before me, right? Yes. And I think that their inspiration is incredible because they allow me to see myself, especially if they're my demographic, right? Especially if they allow me to see something that I've never seen before and something that was potentially possible for me. But even with that, I still had to do my own due diligence on what my voice would be like, not necessarily on the mic, but just generate what I would share to the world, right? That would look like, right? And I think that, so for me, that goes back to 2009. But before 2009, I was listening to a lot of shows during that time and just trying to formulate, do I want to do a gaming show or a tech show or something like that? Well, why should I choose, right? So you have all these questions that you're going through to get to a spot to decide, to make a decision. So I actually started the podcast on my wife's birthday, right? In August 2009. So I always remember where I was. I was actually in this room. On the floor and thinking like, why don't I just start a podcast? And a good friend of mine at the time, her name is Lily, we were talking about different turnkey solutions. And she said, well, you've always talked about those things anyway, ever since I knew you, because I went to Edward R. Murrow. If you're familiar, Avenue L at Jewish area. So broadcasting was a bug that was fired for me. I got the bug then because I was editing in the broadcasting rooms of Edward R. Murrow and stuff like that. So she said, well, just use the turnkey solution if you don't have the capital right now. Right. And she said, well, Blog Talk Radio, how about that? Why don't you try, Blog Talk Radio and see, what you can do with that particular platform. And the whole point of the podcast in the beginning was, to share things that I enjoyed. And then then there's different like stages, right? Then it became, okay, now that I'm sharing what I enjoy, let's go and try to interview folks who I loved and admired in the space. Right. And then from that layer, then it was like, okay, so now that I've interviewed guys that and gals that I loved in the space, let's go ahead and try to find a co-host to collaborate with, right? But that didn't come till later. So I tried different co-hosts in the beginning. Energy, wasn't right, didn't feel right for me. So I had to wait until that time came. And I'm very private, but I'm also public. I want to share as much as I can, add value where I can, but I want to make sure that I'm not always adding the value with my body. Right. I want to add the value and have the value stay on the internet somewhere so that people can consume it, and hopefully they find it, right? And hopefully it's something that blesses their lives and stuff like that. So that's kind of like how that started. So prior to that, why I'm passionate about behavioral sciences and psychology and things like that is because when I was growing up, I struggled with English because I went to school in Haiti. My first beginning years in school was in Haiti, and then I came into America, stayed for the rest of most of my scholastic years, but I struggled with English and the nuances of the language. So I had to take English as a second language during my middle school days, right? So you're speaking French, right? Well, more, a little bit of French and Creole and stuff like that. Creole, a little bit of both. I think Creole became more nationalized later when I left, maybe years later. But French was what they were teaching in school in Port-au-Prince when I was there. So what happened with that was when I came back and stayed, it was like, okay, now I'm in this middle school and people are making fun of me of how I talk. Right. And it was harsh. It was harsh. Like even looking back and just thinking about it, it was harsh. But my thing is like, I got to get better.
But when you saw another Haitian and he said "Saint-Passé,"
that's all. Saint-Passé. You already know.
It made you,
of course.
It made you feel yes.
Of course, it made me feel at home. And what's interesting about that, even some of the relationships I'm building right now on Clubhouse, they seem to be a lot of Haitians, and I love that. Because you it's one thing for you to be born here, but you have to remember where
Rich
your roots
history.
are.
For sure.
You have
Rich
you have
history.
to, right? Yeah, it's one thing that I'm born here, but I'm Haitian.
Yes,
That's just the bottom line,
No
right?
doubt.
And I think that if you go away from that, and I know that's a tangent. If you go away from that, it takes you're taking away from everything that your family has done for you to have the opportunity that you have to enjoy the things that you enjoy, right? So you can't go away from that. So that's that, right? So making fun of me and stuff like that, I'm like, I gotta get better. I gotta get better, right?
Use that as motivation. I like that.
Absolutely. So the way I did that was watching a lot of sitcoms and a lot of soap operas, because my grandmother used to have the TV on
Look,
the
Young and the
hospital.
Restless and General
Young and the
Hospital.
Restless. Listen, Guiding Light,
Luke
All
and
My
Laura.
Children. You know, Susan Lucci was,
Yes.
you already know,
Yes,
right? So
she was the top.
she's the top,
Yes,
right?
she was the top.
So
It's a preview of
enjoying-
soap opera talk right
she,
now.
Yeah.
she never got that daytime Emmy. Yo, and when she
I
finally
know.
got it,
It
was
didn't make
a pity
sense.
Emmy, right?
But she was such an amazing actor, right?
Yes.
I think that's the proper.
I
but
forgot when they
we say
changed from
actress,
actor to
right?
actress. I don't know.
Yeah, but just
Yeah.
respectfully, I respect that particular industry for what they've done. So for me, what I was doing is, whether it was Power Rangers, Thundercats,
Yes.
All My Children, Different World, Who's the Boss,
Yeah.
any of those
Wow,
shows,
yeah.
any of those type of shows, right? I was Family Matters. I was watching the nuances of how they communicate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because if they were great actors, then I would learn something from their discourse, right?
Yes.
Of course, Michael J. Fox and all those shows that he did back in the day. So I was so when I was not spending time in the FGC or playing that or playing crate ball, you set up the crate outside, to play crate ball and
Yep,
stuff like
yep.
that. When I wasn't doing that or the FGC stuff, I was studying human behavior, right? So 80s, 90s, and stuff like that. So what happens with that is you learn to observe very well. So I can kind of really, and I think it's a gift that has been trained over time, that I can really read people and their intentions very quickly, right? And that has allowed me to even speak about their intentions before they even roll with it, right?
I think you share that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So because of that, it makes you lonely. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, no facts. Because
Right?
it's I gotta cut you for a second, because me and you definitely share that. And there's a part of me that enjoys being able to discern the things of human behavior and the human mind. But it's the power that's also the gift and the curse, because when you are able to anticipate and see something like that ahead of time, you put yourself away from situations, and then you end up becoming lonely because you're able to separate from those negative people, that negative energy very quickly. But it's not necessarily the most, together
Embrace
existence.
situation.
Yeah.
Todd calls me the human lie detector.
Yeah,
Right.
King has it as well. He can
Like
sense
I
it.
literally can smell the BS, and but it's the environment.
Yeah.
If you come from an environment where you had to read the temperature of the room in order to navigate through the room, because all right, I grew up in the projects. I was big for my age, so I had to know how to navigate through a room full of young adults that you got to find out if they are in a happy mood, sad mood. What if you got to defend yourself? You're learning human behavior at a very base level, and how to navigate in a room full of individuals, and learning what works with this individual, what doesn't work with this individual, and what works with that, and what doesn't work with that. But you had to add a second layer to that when you had to learn the language in order to adapt
and
to an environment that you were put in. Now you're learning something that, English is my native tongue, right? And I know that, so I just had to learn how to move in that room. You had to learn how to move in that room and express yourself in a language that's not your native tongue. And when they heard you, kids are cruel,
brutally cruel. Especially that's why we got to give them that.
Sure.
We got to give them that, because we know. Look, New York public school system. I'm not trying to, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And just in general, kids are brutal. And they sense that. They sense that. And anything that appears different or sounds different, they attack. And as a kid, that can break you. So salute to you, because at the end of the day, you use that as fuel for motivation. You use
your disadvantage and turn it into an advantage. Because I didn't know that you were Haitian. Yeah. And, like I said, I have tons of Haitian friends and stuff like that. But your language, your verbiage, the way you articulate and the way you enunciate is very English-like. Yeah. It's very here-like. But your calm demeanor was trained over a period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that training came from church, right? Because I grew up Catholic, and I spent the last 20 years with my pastor, which we had a celebration for his homegoing yesterday. So rest in peace to him and what he's done. He changed my life. I appreciate that, man. He changed my life forever, and I learned a lot from him about family and tenacity, because he was a military, Desert Storm, Desert Shield captain, brought his whole team back home, and his only prayer was, God, if you bring me back home with my full squad, I'll serve you forever. And he did, right? So you see people like that. He was big in the stock exchange world. He was executive in the stock exchange. So I had good teaching. And even in church, when you're there, you see a lot of things, right? And if you're in leadership, then a lot of people confide in you, right?
Right.
Especially if you're a legit, person that can hold secrets, because not every church can do that. But whatever. So that was my training. That was my training. It was a combination of, I've done defense contractor stuff. So I had secret badges at one point, church training for sure, definitely there. And that's going to be with me forever. But also this industry teaches you a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
Right. A lot of things. Right. And we kind of touched on it earlier about character and character assassinations, or character assassination attempts, right? We see a lot of stuff like that, especially when your demographic has seen a lot of historical trauma and deaths and things of that nature. And now I'm trying to come up, not just for my crew, because it seems like you guys have been together for a long time before the show, from what I've gathered, right?
Yes.
So it's like you're trying to build something with your crew, and then when people look at you guys, they automatically think it's a fraud because of the color of your skin.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's real.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it real.
No, keeping it buck.
They delegitimize you because the color of your skin until they listen to your content. That's why it's incumbent upon the individual to bring across what he's trying, what's inside of you. I tell everyone here just to be them, because I believe in what's inside of them, and each and every last one of us. I believe in what's inside of them, and if you just show it,
right.
That's why it's very important for us to be on camera. If you
he
just
preached that.
show it, people will know the difference between fake
and real.
Real.
Right. Kid got us out of our show with that. This is fantastic stuff, man. I would love to keep it going. We could go. Man, this is deep. We're getting meta. We're getting deep.
Yeah, just let me know when you want to change transition to stuff, man.
Yeah, we'll transition a little bit. But I didn't want to devalue what was said, because this is extremely important. And I love what you're doing. Again, the journey with, like I said, tech, gaming, entertainment. And then
I just want to mention this.
Sure,
I just want to mention
please.
this, right? And then I'll stop and I'll yield the mic. I'll yield the mic, as they say on Clubhouse. I'll yield the mic. Daniela changed my life for so many reasons. My co-host, right? Miss CJM, definitely check her out if you haven't. She changed my life because, as private as I am, public, I'm highly skeptical with people being close to me, right? From the hood, you guys already
from the hood. We can't trust it. You got to earn that, right? You know how that goes.
So when someone is so genuine in their approach to support your content for a while, to the point that I end up working with her. I've been working with her since episode 340. We're almost at 600 now. She changed my outlook on how online interactions can translate into an awesome relationship, right? working relationship. So I definitely want to give her her flowers because she means a lot to me. I love her. I love my wife. I love a lot of other people too, and I definitely love her for what she's done for me, and not just as a man, but just from a content perspective as well in our relationship. So.
Salute. No, we got to give it up to Lady Daniela. That's love. What I wanted to say too, last question before we transition over to topic and stuff, is during your journey, in my opinion, like you've already had some really cool, amazing, milestones and the different list of who's who, whether it be content creators, developers, you know what I'm saying? You had obviously Legend Paris Lily was in the chat, you know what I'm saying?
My brother, man.
No doubt Danny Pena. I've seen
my
you
brother.
As a Destiny fan. I was very impressed with the Professor Broman interview. I really enjoyed that.
That
was
love too, man.
No doubt. And you even had our sis Red Infamy. Yeah, Red Infamy on. You know what
oh
I'm
man, I love her, man. I'm telling you, man. I've been blessed, man.
You've been putting it down, man. But I wanted to ask you, out of all these experiences, all these different interviews, milestones, and so on, and obviously you've been on the Kind of Funny Xcast. That was a big look too. You know what I'm saying? Yes. But so I want to say, out of everything, out of so far, which accomplishment or milestone means the most to you so far?
So far, it's personal growth, right? Because it's easy to grab something from all those conversations. And of course, shout outs to Paris and Red Infamy and Professor Brom and all the individuals that you mentioned. But for me, it's personal growth to be able to be in those conversations and feel comfortable within myself, right?
Yes.
And I think that that's extremely important, where I don't feel like I am leaning in a particular direction or have a different cadence to my approach. Based on the person I'm talking to, or whatever their demographic may be. So that to me is the ultimate, and where I could take that from the gaming stuff to Clubhouse to YouTube, and you'll still say, yeah, that's a different aspect of what he's sharing, but that's still him.
Facts.
Yeah.
Right. Because I don't share everything. Right. So the whole
you so civilized, okay?
The whole FGC stuff. I knew that would be valuable in this context because we shared the same roads. Right.
Yes. Right.
But it's not valuable to somebody who's not an FGC. So we can build on that conversation because I knew where I was coming today, right? So I think that if you're still yourself and still show different aspects of your personality and journey, I think that's contextual. You have to know the audience that you're getting ready to talk to. But also you have to know when to not make things very uncomfortable for that particular audience because they're not used to listening to that, because you guys have built something already. So me coming to disrupt that for the sake of whatever, and I think that's safe for that, doesn't make sense. Right? So I think that being yourself in all this conversation, but shout outs to all the people that you mentioned because they changed my life, man.
No doubt, man. Tremendous, man. This is.
I think you have to read that super chat.
Yeah, the way we go. I know. Solve get it because there's some fun ones for him. There's some good ones.
You want me to the last one first?
He needs to read.
He needs to read a lot.
One.
Yeah, read the last one first.
He can say it in his tongue.
You want to
pronounce that.
You were talking about Always Cola, right? I know.
Yes.
I know
Always Cola. I could. Okay. I can.
You could.
You can throw that song.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I took away credit. My bad.
Ayiti Campe Sac Passe.
I love it.
What's going on?
We got 8 years of friendship.
Bro, I be sleeping on songs, man.
Yeah, stay sleeping on me.
Listen, I be forgetting.
I mean, listen, I don't know Creole per se, but I know French.
I mean, so when it comes to stuff, I say c'est un bel bagay, right? Bel bagay meaning that there's a good thing, there's a beautiful thing, right? Yeah. When we're able to chop it up and just enjoy each other, different cultures and stuff like that. So I definitely appreciate that for sure.
No doubt, that's love. That's
fantastic.
Love. Look, man, this is premium content as far as I'm concerned. I know people are like, we get to the game. I understand.
This is amazing. Exactly. I love the way you analyze and talk about things, because that's the way I like to sort of speak about things. And sometimes on the podcast, it's hard because you have obviously a bunch of different viewpoints and opinions, and things get loud and a little crazy sometimes. And you never have the time to have that sort of quiet moment with a subject and really talk about it. And you bring that calmness and quietness to it.
He bringing it in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like I love that stuff because again, sometimes you just need that good intellectual discussion, and I live for that, so it's all good. I'm the host. I'm biased. We co-sign this. So anyway, oh sorry, Addy. But anyway, look, I just wanted two quick questions, and then we'll wrap up. Then we move on. I need the science behind the name. Let's get to it.
The science behind the name Uriah. Yeah. So there's a story, and I say story, but it's an account in the Bible where there's a soldier named Uriah. I just spelled it different. And when David was looking at a lady, Bathsheba, to sleep with, Bathsheba was Uriah's wife, right? So with that story, what I really appreciated is Uriah's character for not leaving his soldiers behind on the battlefield to go sleep with his wife because
David sent him to the front lines,
correct,
in order to die,
correct,
to take his wife, to bed his wife, but his wife was steadfast in her convictions. But keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So my whole thing was like, so he slept with her, and there was a seed planted in her from David. So David was like, yo, Uriah, go sleep with your wife because, man, you know, so it could seem like that was his
baby.
Right. And my thing was the character that it takes, because everybody always talks about what happens with David and Bathsheba, but they never talk about the character and the resolve that it takes for a man to be like, bro, I got my guys out here fighting, and you want me to go home to sleep with my wife? That's not even something I'm thinking about right now, right? And I think that his character, I've always appreciated. I just spell a little bit differently, but his character, I always appreciate to aspire to someone where they say, you know, you may not like some of the things that he says or some of the things that he does, but his character is always consistent in everything that he does. So that's where the name came from.
Boy, you want to
let me just bring it back real quick. Rest in peace to your pastor.
Yeah.
You acknowledged his journey when he, you know, prayed to God to bring back his people, that his team, to get them home safely. And I'm just looking at the parallels in Uriah's fight where he wasn't going to leave his guys because he's not thinking about that. He's thinking about his men on the battlefield.
Absolutely.
And the name comes from that Genesis, and it's just the parallels in the two. Did you think at that point in time that you were giving a tribute to your pastor when you did this?
I did not. And thank you for bringing that together. I did not.
Yeah, because I just look at it and I see how the adulation that you have for this man and how the man impacted your life, and you took that cause and that same sort of story, close to it or whatever, but it just forms you. Like, we don't know the things that form us around us, and we don't see it, and we do things subconsciously, but subconsciously you use that name as a tribute to the man that impacted you the most.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you for that, man. I never connected those dots. I appreciate that.
The king, as always, dropping knowledge. Yeah, man, look, fantastic history. Love the journey. Gotta ask you the question we ask all the guests in the realm. These are two big ones right now. I need Lord Andrew Alliance's top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
I have no idea where this is going to go.
Where this is going, so I'm curious.
Top 5.
Yeah, so video games or franchise. These are the most important to you personally.
To me personally, okay. All right. We got to throw Mario in there.
Yeah, no doubt.
We have to, because that started everything for me.
Legendary.
We have to throw Halo in there.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
For sure.
For sure.
Diverse. We got a platform.
We have to throw Halo in there.
Let's go.
I mean, top 5 is tough, right? Top 5 is tough. So we have Mario, we have Halo. We have to throw Sonic in there because that changed my life.
First Sonic. I got Sonic in a bit. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole Sonic, you know, they're getting ready to make another Sonic game soon or something like that. I'm excited about that. I love Sonic.
Yeah.
Sonic Mania was just playing that recently, so Sonic is definitely
beautiful game.
No doubt.
Wow. This is tough but I know there's some allegations with stuff going on right now. But I gotta throw in Bungie and everything they've done.
Oh yeah, come on now.
Right, especially with Destiny. So I gotta throw that.
Let's go.
Right, so
welcome talk here.
Nice.
Pace off, nobody.
Okay.
Pace
So-
off, acting like he ain't hear that.
Okay,
So-
this is the last one.
One
Yeah,
more.
so this is the last one. So whether I'm actively playing it or not is not necessarily like how I'm deciding, right? But I definitely have to throw in Call of Duty because that changed a lot of things,
Real talk.
right?
Real talk.
Yeah.
So I think that's a safe 5. I mean, that 5 can
And
change
it could
because
change when you come back. We
right.
could also
There are
add
other
it.
ones that
Yeah,
right,
forgot.
but of course, got to mention Uncharted because that's legendary.
Yes.
You know, they could be in the top 5 as well, but it's tough, right? Because
Yeah.
it's really the top 5 is connected to my journey for gaming. So Sonic had to be in there, Mario had to be in there, of course, Halo had to be in there. At least those 3 had to be in there. The other 2, whatever. Those 3 had to
But
be
those 3 definitely had to be
Whatever.
No doubt. And make it tough. Now you got to pick from your kids. Favorite console of all time, any generation, and why?
Wow. Man, you guys, these are tough questions.
Got to pick from your kids.
because you have memories with so many of them, right? And you just have to. Okay, so we talked about Nintendo and stuff like that, but I think I'm gonna give this one to Sega Genesis because I remember when I was growing up and I would go up the escalator in Macy's and
You heard
then
Rise from your grave.
I would look over, right? And they'll have all these screens, and then Sonic would be running on all these screens. And I would just remember, one day I'm gonna have this console. One day I'm gonna have this
Oh
console,
my God.
Nice.
right? And every time, I'll go shopping with my mom. I didn't like going shopping with my mom, but that was her thing, her and her sister, right? But I would tag along. But every time I would go up the escalator and see Sonic running on the screen, Genesis does. You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis does. Yeah.
That's when the
Right.
company's openly for it.
Yeah.
The console war marketing was lit.
Exactly. So I'll say Sega Genesis because we can pick a lot of different consoles. I'll stay with Sega Genesis.
Genesis is definitely
Blastmaster processor.
Yes.
Let's go.
It was a movement. It was an era, man. Tremendous game history. Tremendous. Look, man, we can talk to you all day, man.
Yeah, man, we gotta do it again. I gotta have
for
y'all
sure.
on, man. For real.
For sure.
Do
We
this.
will be linking up for sure, even more so. I love these conversations. We got a show to do, otherwise people going to start yelling at me.
Yes. Let's get it.
No doubt. But we get last week's poll real quick. Last week's poll results are in, and the people have spoken. With the recent information and spec reveal of the portable Steam Deck by Valve, will this affect your purchase of the Nintendo Switch OLED? The winner at a dominant 78% of the vote was yes. Steam Deck is the Switch Pro we always wanted. More powerful, more features, and versatile OS for games. Coming in at second place was no. Switch still has exclusive first-party games and is in a completely different market than the Steam Deck. And in the last place was the Messy Lords. It's all fun and games until all those 720p PC titles destroy that hard drive group. Shout out to all the Lords who participate in the poll. Lord Solve, look like the Steam Deck gang is victorious. Your thoughts, sir?
Listen, man, I told y'all I was coerced into having to purchase a Switch OLED. My nephew does not call me for anything. He made sure that I got that phone call letting me know that, hey, that OLED is announced. So come October 8th, I'm going to have your old Switch, right? I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Like, what am I going to tell the child? No. So, yeah, I'm getting a Switch OLED.
Get that Switch OLED.
We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that generational leap feels.
No doubt. So look, man, we got some good topics, some good show. I don't know if Addict is back, but we got to get into this.
All right, you want to get these super chats?
Oh yeah. Let's get the super chats. Wow, we go away from. That's true. Good point.
Okie dokie. So hold on a second. I'm gonna run back a little bit. We got Omega Wolf with the $1 super chat. Thank you so much. Then we have Omega Wolf again with the $5 super chat. Was huge into Magic the Gathering growing up, and my favorite deck went missing. I thought I lost it. My mom gave it to her friend's 5-year-old son.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Then we have Cade Smith, $10 super chat. Thank you, Lord Addict, for playing Death's Door on YouTube, because you have now convinced me, a person who does not play any games that are not in Game Pass, to buy this game and keep up the good work. So thank you so much. Yeah, you see?
Salute.
People purchasing games on Xbox. How could that be?
How could that be? They'll do that.
Then we got Reggie Mobile, $5 super chat. Peace to the Lords on the Lord's Day. Man, this competitive talk has put me in a time machine. You had to have a tough mind and thick skin back then. Yes, you did.
Yes.
Facts. No doubt. What's that one bad mother that pulled up? Okay, one bell right, I see you. No doubt. Continue, so.
Then we have D-Rob, $5 super chat. Getting an arcade machine at the firehouse. Engine 293, pull up.
Oh, is that a challenge? That sounds like a challenge. You gotta go to where he at to fight.
Then we got the family. 108 Dragons TV, $5 super chat. Shout out to the fam. I'm only here for the King and Hip Hop rematch. Let's go in my Dog King voice. Propinquity of.
No doubt.
Then we have Fonzarelli Gaming, $10 super chat. The show may go long, but the Lords can talk about anything old or new and make it relevant and very entertaining. The conversations are free-flowing and real. No other gaming podcast is as great as the ILP. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much.
Much love.
Then we have Gamer by Choice, $20 super chat. Salute to the realm on the Lord's Day for great conversations and an amazing guest. This is why I do not miss an episode. Awesome show so far. Hit the like button, people. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Then we got Scrub Nurse, $5 super chat. Y'all hitting my heart with the real talk on life and gaming. Keep up the great work. Salute to the Lords and the chat. Crest up, no doubt.
Yes.
Thank you. Then we got Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. All hail the ILP. These brothers got crazy range. Shout out to the Lords.
No doubt. Salute.
Then we got Tony Bryant, $5 super chat. This show definitely for the culture. ILP always spotlighting creators I did not know I needed to listen to or watch.
Yeah.
That's the plan. That's always been the plan.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're caught up. I think we're good.
No doubt. Is that Lord OneBadMutha, writer for Xbox Era and podcaster on the Basement Radio Arcade podcast? Is that him? Is that the legend? He's not talking.
He's muted.
It
seems like he can hear you.
But I can't hear. He's not talking. Mother, talk to us. You're smiling, but you're not talking. Can he hear us? I don't know what's going on.
Maybe he can't hear.
Maybe he can't hear us. All right. Hopefully.
How has he went this long thinking we're talking to him?
Oh, he's muted. He's talking, but he's muted. Yeah, he's muted. Okay, he can hear us because he's smiling.
Okay.
Let's see. He's figuring it out.
It's funny because I'm looking at him. His lips aren't moving.
Yeah, I see. Well, he's connected away. Just make sure you pick your correct microphone device. It might have defaulted to something else. I've had it happen before, so don't you worry about it. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? But once you got it, nope, still don't hear you yet.
Nope, still can't hear you.
You just keep talking and keep switching.
Yeah. You have to pull up the app to go inside of it to switch it to your mic. Yeah, because it went to default.
It probably defaulted to another audio setting. It's fine.
Tony Bryan saying "cog" with the fake surprise.
Cog, keep yelling.
There he is.
There you go.
There it is. Woo! Testing.
Yeah,
Am I on?
You're in the building. OneBadMutha, legendary, the writer for Xbox Era, and as well on the Basement Arcade Radio podcast. Our man Brad, how you doing, man?
Oh man, I am awesome. Especially now that I finally made it in here, Cog. So thank you.
Long overdue, I know.
Thank you so much for having me. And hopefully I'm leveled up better than I was when I joined you in the Destiny raid. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You crashed already. Yeah, I forgot about. But look, man, we got some good topics to talk about. So I want to get this to Addy. This is his topic. What's going on, man? A little EA play in a certain game you were excited about, right, sir?
Yes, it seems like they're getting their stuff together, man. Like. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we have to see how EA handles things going forward, but I think our man over there, Vince, man, I think he's changed the flow of how EA does things. Because first, he was able to convince them to do their own Star Wars that wasn't a microtransaction, and now it looks like out of nowhere, Dead Space is returning. So, what I want to ask is, first off, I don't know who here's played Dead Space, who here has not played Dead Space. And if you have played Dead Space, with this remake coming in, what is something that you want in Dead Space, the remake, and what's something that you prefer them to keep away from this game?
No doubt. Let's start with Lord Andrew Alliance. Are you a Dead Space guy or not, or where you at with Dead Space?
Is that Exploding Babies? Is that the game?
Exploding Babies?
No.
Yeah.
Exploding Babies. If that's a game that Exploding Babies, I don't really do horror. I appreciate when refreshes come and still honor the game that was originally released, right? So I think that's how I do the framework on that. Nothing in specifics. I like watching games that I don't play. So that's definitely going to be a game I'm going to be watching individuals who stream it. But I'm excited for the announcement for those that I know that play games like that. So that's where I stand on that. I yield.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's get Lord OneBadMutha, man. Are you a Dead Space guy? Did you watch it? Where you at with this whole thing with EA Play?
No, actually, it's interesting that the years that Dead Space came out and were really popular were the few years I took a break from gaming. I told you before, Cog, that I experienced Mass Effect 2 and 3 for the first time just a few weeks ago.
Wow.
So by the way, that made the top 5 pretty quick.
Oh, absolutely. Make sure you put Kelly to solve so you remember something.
But some of this stuff has been really exciting. Going to backwards compatibility has been a big deal for me to make up for those 3-4 years where I was, I had to step away from gaming to get things back together. But Dead Space has been one of those things that it's been sort of at the forefront of the, up next games for a while, but I've been hoping and waiting for some sort of remaster like what we had with the Mass Effect, and so this is something that I'm actually pretty excited about. And just like Attic was saying, the thing that's exciting about what we saw with the EA Play, I went in not expecting much, although we had heard a lot about the Dead Space, but it does seem like EA is taking some feedback, or maybe just some pressure on the brand, and starting with the Mass Effect and now this, at least it's trending in the right direction. So hopefully we can keep the pressure on them with this. But I think there's some good potential with this, especially considering what type of game that is. There's probably a lot of potential for this to be a lighting showcase, kind of like what we saw with Doom 3 some years back, right? So yeah, I think a lot of good potential. I'm feeling good about the direction from that show.
No doubt. Let's get Lord Saw, man. You're a Dead Space guy. They never do this.
Dead Space is the GOAT survival horror game. Period.
Thank God, because I thought I was going to do this whole thing by myself for a second. I was like, everyone say no,
like Dead Space?
no.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my God.
He was concerned, man. It's hard.
He's like, I don't do that horror.
It took all the lessons that Res Evil put out there, and sort of, obviously being the first to kind of do something, they're going to be stumbles. And Dead Space took all of that and improved upon it to the point where if you play that game today, there isn't a lot in terms of quality of life stuff that it still needs. Like, it really needs. Like, it really plays well and it holds up very well.
To be honest with you.
It really is. It did a lot of things in terms of UI, minimalistic UI, where everything can be seen on the player character. And in terms of atmosphere, lighting, things like that, jump scares that made sense. And just an overall sense of tension and dread throughout the entire game that I don't think a lot of games even today have been able to sort of broach. It is a special game, and the second one, I think, in a lot of ways, even more so, even though it's a little more action oriented. So to see it come back is really exciting, because from what I've read so far about what the devs are talking about, the original Dead Space was limited by the hardware of the time, right? There were things in terms of design choices that they had to sort of cut back on because the hardware wouldn't allow for it, where they're looking at that and saying, okay, like Andrew said, how do you take the old thing and bring it forward in a way that still has reverence for the original game? And the devs now are doing that, where it's like, all right, we're going to try to take what their original vision was, and now we have the hardware to be able to bring that vision to life in a way that makes sense while still creating something new out of it. So I'm excited to see it. I'm glad they're bringing it back. Like Attic said, I think we said this as soon as Vince Zampella sort of got ascended over there at EA.
Ascended.
Yeah, he got ascended at EA, that things were going to change. And you can see it, this kind of moving away from the idea that they have to monetize everything, and that they have to find some way to eke every dollar out of every single property instead of just making good, solid games. So I'm excited for this. I love Dead Space. If you could make a remake of the GOAT and have it even touch a little bit of that magic that the first one had, you're gonna have a lot of people excited. So yes, Dead Space.
Let me ask both of you hardcore Dead Space guys. Are you guys concerned that it's not just going to be like a remaster and it's a remake? Like, are you concerned about any integrity of the game? You know, Torrance, being that you guys love it so much. You know what I'm saying? That like, well, are y'all? I'm curious about that for y'all.
I mean, yeah, go ahead, Eric.
I watched the little extra stuff where the devs were talking about, like, it kind of seems like, when I see what they're doing, it feels like a more of a what Capcom did with Resident Evil. It feels like they want to keep the game more core, and it's like the little stuff, like the G space stuff where like you're floating around. They want to improve stuff like that because they can now. But as far as like the environment, they want to keep all that natural, and they want to keep it how it was back then. Yeah.
So I think in that regard, I think Alec's right. I think they looked at, you know, RE2 remake, and said, okay, how do we keep the core of this where the fan base will not be appalled at what we give them and still make it,
because I will speak out
fresh. Yeah, but you know me, I'm you know me, I'm the dude that's not afraid to blow the thing up. So blow it up.
You and Addict are diametrically opposed to that. That is a big difference between you two, because King Solve is all about do something new, and Addict do not like that if it's his core franchise.
Yeah, if it's something he loves, leave my stuff alone.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how this is handled, because that's where you guys split.
The thing is like I don't mind when people do it and it makes sense. But sometimes people will remake stuff and nothing makes sense why they did it. It's like they went for a new demographic of people. They missed it. None of them care. And now we don't care. So like now you got to this point where no one cares about your game.
And that's the thing. I think RE2 got it perfect, where the people that cared about old RE2 were in love with this, and new people were like, wait a minute, what is this new 2D action game? So you have to find that balance, and that's going to be difficult. But I think they have people who care about this property in charge, so I'm confident.
No doubt.
RE2 and Final Fantasy VII Remake, they did something I didn't think was possible. They pretty much had, like, when someone does a quote unquote remake, people's like, is it really a remake though? Like, is it technically a remaster? Like, I don't see it being a remake. Like now there's like kind of like another little line. It's like, okay, so it's like they take the remake and they cut it in half. Okay, over here it's like a remake left where it's like Final Fantasy VII. It's like, here's a remake right where it's Resident Evil. It's technically the same thing, but it's not the same thing. Like.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I have a quick thought on that. So, from a non-fan, respectfully, you know, I'm
there with you, respectfully.
What the franchise
has
done.
Respectfully, man. We beef it.
Respectfully, we didn't care, but continue.
So there was something beautiful about the trailer when they showed the character, and I would say exosuit. The exosuit lit up one at a time. I just felt like that was something iconic to be excited about, even though 100%. I'm not even a fan. So can you guys talk about that a little bit?
Like how it is in Dead Space is those lights on his back. There's a different color for, like, red. There's red.
It's his health bar.
Yeah, it's his health bar. So like the more damage he takes, the lower that health bar gets.
Yeah. So like I said before, like everything UI wise is portrayed organically on the screen. You don't ever really go off to you don't press like start to pause and go into like an item screen and start doing everything happens organically. Okay. Kind of in the vein of what God of War did, where everything is a kind of a single shot. Right. This isn't exactly that, but it was sort of the first to try to 100% keep you immersed in the world at all times. And that to me is what sustains that feeling of dread throughout, because you never really feel like you're out of it. King, I don't know if you remember.
Right. So essentially, Lord Sovereign, so the tension is never released in the game as you're playing.
It never really is. King, I don't know if you guys played this. I know King has played it. You remember Zombie U? The launch title for the game. Zombie U was another one where it's like when your backpack was assigned to your little tablet, right? And the thing is, to get supplies out of your backpack, you had to put it down, go into the backpack. That was all real time. So if you had zombies coming your way, you had to do that quickly in real time.
Yeah,
added to the tension.
And then it adds to the tension and the sense of dread. So
and when it went to the PlayStation, it lost that.
Yes, when it went everywhere else, it lost that because it didn't have that anymore.
Really, because that game was designed around that tablet.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that I felt like Dead Space did, I feel like Dead Space is almost a perfect horror game. Like it really is. And
that guy's got too much hyperbole.
Oh, we got you, King.
But it is. It is.
When it comes to certain scenarios, like they definitely could have done better. But it's like I can't think of another horror game, and I've played a few of them that captures, because it's about immersion. And like when you play Dead Space, it sometimes people throw jump scares and stuff at you, but when Dead Space does it, you're dead if you don't do it right.
Ain't no hyperbole. Where's BG? Where's BG when you need him?
Hold on. I don't care what
you gotta get the King in, because King clearly has a differing opinion.
Hold on, let me go before.
I'm sorry,
because he gonna go.
It's your
extra.
topic. You go last.
No. Last time I checked, Cognito, when it's his topic and I asked to go first, he says he wants to go first. No, we ain't gonna act like that.
Continue, addict. Continue.
You open the topic, and then you also close the topic.
Oh my!
I open the topic. I let Cognito.
Do what you do.
I let Cog. No, I ain't doing what I do. I let Cog choose the order.
No,
and I choose
addict.
you to
Go
be last,
ahead,
though.
addict. Go ahead.
Look, I'm glad that they're doing this. I hope that they improve certain aspects of it. For the most part, I don't think they need to really change much in the combat. Just make it a little bit more fluid, because the good thing about this combat is like it always made sense. It's like they go to they fight these creatures that no one's ever seen, and the thing that helps them the most is
a mining tool.
Yeah, you're an engineer, so like you're using these mining tools and stuff, and you're just I don't remember games that was like you're cutting legs off and stuff like to the degree that game was doing it. Like you can literally cut their legs off and they'll start crawling to you. Like and then not to mention, like Dead Space is one of the very few games I've seen that they had a whole department making death scenes. Like literally I think there's like 150 different ways to die in Dead Space. So I really like the fine detail they're going to make on this. I think that Dead Space brought back correctly is going to take off. I think it's going to have a pretty decent following. Now obviously it's still a horror game, and I don't think the overall demographic for horror games is huge, but I do think if you really want to bring that genre back in a big way, Dead Space is your
King is just so disrespectful.
What is
Wait, why is he laughing like that? What's going on right now?
He said, if you want to bring survival horror back in a big way, Dead Space is the key.
I mean, listen,
Okay.
Res Evil's back, right? Res Evil's back.
Clearly, King feels a way about Dead Space. So let's get this. Yeah, I want to know, Andrew. I don't know what's happening right now.
You have truly done your thing already. Y'all have really beat the horse to death. And okay, first of all, the GOAT is Resident Evil.
Okay, that's what this is about. This is what this is about. Okay,
we're not going to act like Resident Evil is not the undisputed heavyweight champion when it comes to survival horror. No matter what twists and turns that they went, they also came back and recaptured their crown and said, "Sit down." Now, in that space, we talking about survival horror. Now, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you in space horror. Dead Space is the pinnacle.
All right, so you give him respect. Okay, the way he was acting like addict was out of
I'm taking away the hyperbole from the situation.
No, because you know why? Because it seems like you've forgotten what survival horror is.
No. How can
I'm saying, if you're pointing to the remakes,
Saul is riding for this game.
If you're pointing to the remakes, if you're pointing to 7, and if you're pointing to 8, those lean more into action.
We're not talking about that though.
But you just said they came back and they take their crown.
I'm
You just said they came back and they take their
listen,
crown.
listen.
King, quick question.
You don't have a remake.
So, no, hold
you don't have
King.
a remake for Dead
Wait,
Space,
okay,
right?
hold on,
But
I
I
get
sat
it.
there and I let y'all run your
No,
mouth.
I'm just
No,
saying.
you
And I
did
was
it. You
quiet.
did it. You
I was so
snap.
Resident
Evil
interrupted
versus
me
Dead
from
Space.
talking.
is
But
spicy.
I'm just saying, I love Resident Evil.
Oh,
You
the
came out
fraud
with a
alert.
bad
Wait,
take.
Kig,
You
you
came
giving
out
them
with a bad
wait,
take.
Kig, you giving them the
Yo,
fraud alert
I
on
sat
this?
there and I listened to. I said not one word. I just had to laugh
No,
at
you
the
didn't.
hypocrisy
Stop
of,
not-
the, of,
what
of these
hypocrisy?
We're not gonna act like you didn't laugh and interrupt the last little bit of my segment. We're not gonna
I
act like
didn't interrupt. I just laughed.
So
'cause I
stop
found
acting
it-
like you didn't interrupt us, because that's lying.
But you the king of the interrupt per second.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, I'm happy to have you talk, but when you come back with a whack
But you
take,
didn't even
I'm
let
not
me
letting
finish
that
my-
rock.
First, you
Why
didn't
is it
even
whack
really-
though, son?
You didn't
Oh,
let me
you know
finish
why?
my thought.
Okay.
No. I'm saying
okay.
And you
he
attacking
came
my
out. No.
without
You
finishing it.
All I'm saying
God
is that
bless.
you came out and said
Well, man, listen, look
that
what I got into.
that Resident Evil came back, took their crown back, right?
Yeah, Resident Evil 2 remake.
Which is fair,
Smash
right?
people, straighten them out.
No, it's still more of an action game.
I don't care what.
Did you not
say,
finish
but
that
let
game?
your
Did you
remake-
not finish
All
that
I'm gonna
game with
do-
mad
Agreed.
ammo?
See?
Hold on.
Your
How much
remake-
ammo did you have when you
your
finished that game?
remake has to step out on the battlefield first. So
I
you
feel
live in
that.
the past. So we're gonna take the past
And it-
against the past.
Listen,
right?
and
So
I will
let's-
sit here and eat crow if that
Listen.
remake comes out and I finish that game with 500 rounds of ammo. I'm gonna eat crow. I will.
Yeah. So check it out.
Good Kig. Let
You're
Kig get
never
his
going
thought
to
off.
take. You're never going to take Resident Evil's level of tension when you turn around that corner and you see that first zombie, but you popping his noodle off. You're talking about. This is the
Nah,
first time
bro.
I've seen limbs come off. Yeah, because you can aim at limbs. You got a chance to see the goat go first, and you're gonna come behind and spit
Yo,
bars
wait
after.
a minute.
So listen, time out.
We're talking about a game
Let
that
Kig-
in 2008 did that. You're
You know what
comparing it to a
is?
game that
You know
came
what
out
it is?
3 years
When
ago.
you start speaking truth,
Oh
They
my
wanna
God.
stop.
Get Kig, let Kig get his. But
Well,
Kig,
stop.
Kig,
I do-
everybody's
hold on.
IPS is high.
I got-
Interrupts per
I
second
know-
are high. Let
I got
Kig get
something
his
to bring
bars
up
off.
real quick before
Let
King brings
Kig
up
get his
something.
bars
So,
off. Y'all gotta let
like
him
I
finish.
said, for space horror, it is the pinnacle. Because when you
does that
went
even
to,
mean?
let me explain, so you can stop with your hyperbole. So you had Alien Isolation and stuff like that tried to mimic that type of space horror type feel, but they never can quite get to where Dead Space went.
Mhm.
And it was that G space. The first time you went into the G space and your boots, because when you walking on solid ground, you feel the gravitas of the character. He's an everyday man. He's just an engineer. He's not no Marine. He's not no this. He's not no that. He is an engineer.
Okay.
All right. So they put you in that, and he's using engineer tools to fight monsters that are inhuman. One hit decapitations. You really have to play the game as a psychological, fear-driven game. Now, you approach every room differently. You don't approach every room the same. And I'm going to give you what it did in its space. It's just the hyperbole of it. I just can't go with that part.
It's a greater game.
Then you also have Silent Hill, which is a survival horror game. So, and that is a different aspect of survival horror, right? So when you say, and it may be for you, this is the GOAT. For me, the GOAT will always be Resident Evil. It will never take away from what me, you, Barry, and everybody sitting in the room quiet as church mouse. When it's your turn to get on that controller and your heart is pounding out your chest when them dogs bust through the window.
Sure.
And you're
But
scared
it's
to
like,
death.
He's got a point there.
but this is the thing, though, right? We've had this argument for a number of games, right? We talk about the Mass Effect 1 versus Mass Effect 2 thing, right? When you have hindsight, right? When you have hindsight, to me, Dead Space took. I said it when I talked about it. Dead Space takes all the learnings from Res Evil.
Yeah, and it perfected it.
Correct. So
You spit
why can't
bars
it be
after
better?
Nas spit.
But it's
Spitting
better.
bars after you get a chance to hear the best, so you can
No.
fix little things.
It improved upon the things that needed to be
So
improved upon.
You see, what you're not looking at, what Resident Evil did, it spawned survival horror.
For
It
sure.
made that jump. So how you cannot say that's the GOAT? Like, it's made.
Because it's
plain
first
for you.
doesn't mean it's
Like,
best.
But it doesn't.
Hold on. Let
your
me,
game doesn't get
let me ask
greenlit.
let me ask you a question, King. Okay,
Yes.
you seem to be really enjoying the Resident Evil franchise. Okay,
Yes, sir. Go for
like
it.
what was some of the enhancements that they made in Resident Evil 2 that made you feel like they brought that up forward?
Visually, they told a story from a different perspective that you didn't have that information in the first time you played that game.
And I get that. So
that whole crash and stuff like that you got to Raccoon City, it was smashed up, but you didn't know why it got to that point.
Let me ask
how
you
that got
this.
there.
So you're a huge fan of Resident Evil, right?
No, I'm a huge fan of giving respect to games and that paved the way.
Oh, this feels like a setup page.
But it feels like it feels like you can't.
He
It
can
feels
try
like
to
you.
set me up, but trust me.
Oh no,
it's
already been set up. You already in the
I already got him in the back.
You already in the trap.
It's like Santa Claus. I threw him over my shoulder.
Explain to me how you're giving so much props to Resident Evil and that they're the GOAT of this horror thing, but you didn't even beat Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Okay, I beat the original Resident Evil. How about you?
So
was
it
you
was
there?
so good.
Was you there launch day when it came? I can take you to places that you
So
ain't been.
explain to me.
I was there, and it's just not better.
Listen, check it out. You were
so
there.
only people
but
that can
I'm gonna tell you this: if Resident Evil doesn't hit, your game don't exist.
Well, I mean, clearly it hit.
Look at your
Well,
mouth.
hold up.
Look at your mouth.
But check this out though. Check this out though. Resident Evil was dead for how long? They brought it back and hoped it was gonna hit.
But you know what? You know what?
This game hit so much he didn't even beat it. It hit so much he didn't even beat it.
Listen, I got mad stuff that I'm playing. You don't look at my timeline. Look at yours. Still Dominus Maximus are really expensive. PG occupied, sir.
I'm gonna need that fraud alert.
All of y'all capping. All of y'all capping for King in the chat. You know he took an L on this.
Listen,
That's it.
y'all know. Listen, you know when they got a panda for L's, they lost.
I'm
when
done.
you got a panda for an L,
All right.
please
Wow.
give King an L. You
So
can't
how
give me
is
an
it
L because
someone-
listen, my rationale of this is I'm not taking away from your love of the game. Actually, I'm giving you tribute for what it did. It fixed a lot of things like movement and control. First, we had the biggest problem with Resident Evil was the control of the character. They took away the tank movement, right? So this is where your affinity for this game happens because you hated that tank movement. You said, why are they sticking to this arcade movement? I remember you. I'm watching you. I'm here. So I'm present. So at the same time, I know you said the quality of life. You see the little light bars on the back, and you see when he pulls up his. It was all revolutionary, fun stuff that they did. Beautiful. Put it in its reverence. Put it in its reverence.
Right.
So let's say this, right?
After.
Let's say this. Let's say this.
One quick second. I have to. Lord Hoeg has entered the room.
It's
I
in
just
the
gotta make
building.
sure. I just gotta make sure his levels are good and he can hear us bloviating.
My levels are always good, right, Kurt?
Yes, sir.
My man, Lord of
I
Virtual
apologize
Legality's
for
in
the
the
technical
realm.
difficulties there for folks who got to see me pop in and out, I think. So.
No doubt. I just real quick. Sarv, I'll let you continue, and then we got to get Hoeg's take on it.
So let's say this. Let's say this. In much the same way that
I'm anticipating the game.
Uncharted. Yeah, of course I know you are. That in much the same way that Uncharted learned from Tomb Raider, and then Tomb Raider came back and learned from Uncharted. I think this is the same thing, right? Where you take the originator, which was the GOAT for a long time.
I see this. I see where you're going.
Still the GOAT.
The originator. I'm talking about
the originator. He's talking about Resident Evil.
I'm talking about Resident Evil, but the difference is I played Resident Evil 2 Remake.
So he's invalidated. Continue.
And you didn't even bring
Dead
up part
Space.
3. I got part 3 too. I paid for that.
Look,
Right.
I will give King that Resident Evil 2 as a whole is better than the Dead Space franchise. But I'm not saying the Resident Evil franchise is better than the Dead Space franchise, because to me, the only good ones they've really made is Resident Evil 2 and 4. That's all.
That's your world, right?
Oh no, I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
world.
You left Attic go all by itself.
You trying to have me indoctrinated into
Look,
your world.
at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, all I'm saying is I could give you Resident Evil 2, but
You can't give me anything.
Dead Space 1 and 2, I feel like is better than the rest of the Resident Evil franchise.
God bless. I respect your choice. Respect mine.
I mean, obviously,
all I'm saying, y'all gotta understand that both of these franchises were dead at one point.
I don't care.
and they're back.
Exist if mine wasn't alive.
Now it's yours.
No. Listen, I'm giving respect to the. You're gonna respect Doom. You're gonna respect first-person shooters. You're gonna respect who comes first. You're gonna respect. You're gonna respect.
Sure.
Y'all not gonna sit here and talk about the pinnacle of survival horror. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
It's the same. Like I said, it's that ME1, ME2 argument.
I don't care which way you go. It's the
same thing.
I'm gonna tell you,
it's the same thing.
No Resident Evil.
Improvement is improvement. It doesn't matter if you bit off of it. You improved upon it.
It's nice. No Resident Evil. You'll know your game.
Listen. Better is just better, objectively.
I like Resident Evil. That's it.
Time on this argument because it's extended very long, and I got to get.
Let's end it with King said, "I just like Resident Evil better," and leave it there.
That's it. It's my
Moving on, Lord Hoeg. Real quickly before we transition, I did want to get your input on this. In reference to Dead Space. I don't know if you're a fan of Dead Space, the recent EA play. What are your thoughts about what was seen, or just the franchise in general?
Oh, well, I think Dead Space was a perfectly nice video game franchise that was put out there by EA when they were desperate to get some attention back to their brand when people were really upset at them. Mm-hmm. And they pretty much immediately crippled the company that made it and are now retooling it with the company that made half a game that I didn't really like. But that's me being cynical and mad. I like Dead Space just fine. I don't know that it needed a remaster or... when I look at articles that say things like we're improving the story, I say, well, okay, I've been down that road before with properties. So I'm interested to see where that goes. But I'm a Resident Evil guy pretty much. I think I heard you guys talking about that. So,
the question is, Hoeg, did you beat Resident Evil 2 Remake?
Why you got to pull receipts on Hoeg? Come on.
Wait, what
did you beat Resident Evil 2 Remake, Hoeg?
Did I beat it?
Yes. Did you play it and beat it?
Oh, yeah. No, I played the Resident Evil 2 Remake. Why?
Okay, I'm just asking because King was capping for it. He didn't beat it.
Hold on. Wait, Philly Eagle in the chat says Resident Evil 6 is greater than Resident Evil 2. Oh, my God.
Continue, Hoeg. Continue.
It's longer. Greater has different definitions. No, I like Dead Space just fine. I think the first one especially stands out. I don't remember much of 2 or 3. There was a third one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I want it to be good, but I'm holding out for a while. If you read those articles, I think it seems like it's very, very far out. It seems to be Electronic Arts pressing for content. So we'll see how it looks. I want it to be great. I want everything to be great.
No doubt. I'll jump in real quick. I did not realize the debate was going to break out today regarding Resident Evil and Dead Space. This is definitely didn't see coming. So apologies. I didn't expect this to go this long. But look, I'm obviously new to the franchise. I want to shout out my Defining Duke co-host, Mr. Matty Plays. He is hardcore for this game. Like he is like, Cog, you've got to play it. He's in the solving attic bag, and he's like, look, this is the goal. He's very so. But his thing actually, he made an interesting point, which was he said, "Don't wait, Cog." He said, "Still play the original." Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, but the 30 frames though, man. You know what I'm saying? He was like, look, his concern is kind of what Hoeg alluded to in reference to, I guess, Visceral Games, which were, what was they, disbanded or broken up, and in reference to the original.
They were killed. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So that was a big deal. And now, to EA Motive's defense, from what I hear, they are consulting some devs from Visceral to try to get that feel, try to get that essence. That's big. I do like the fact it's next gen only, Andrew Alliance. So for me, that's something that piques my interest to see. Them push the hardware forward. Cool teaser, no release date just yet. I'm just gonna wait and see. I love the passion that Attic has for it. It takes a lot to really impress him in that level. And OneBadMutha, I think we gonna be rocking that day, man. When it comes out, I gotta give it a shot. Just because this debate is so spicy and people are so passionate about it. Now I have to play this game and see.
And nobody got cut in the process.
Yeah.
Nobody got stabbed. Nobody got stabbed.
Don't cheese me, bro. Don't cheese me, bro.
Don't cheese me, man. But look, man, we gotta move on.
Just wait till the next Resident Evil comes out. I'm gonna ask, can you play it? Can you play it?
He got receipts ready.
I would buy it and I would sit there and look at it.
Look,
Just
I gotta move on because we gotta respect people's time here. But we got the legendary Lord Virtual Legality himself, Hoeg Law, and this was a very really spicy topic this week. This was a lot going on. Obviously we've seen the state of California versus Activision Blizzard. Serious charges here. So I don't want to fraud like I knew every aspect of the legal process here. So I wanted to get Hoeg in, but I had some questions for Hoeg, man. I mean, basically,
Sure, yeah.
We've seen a lawsuit, we've seen an allegation. Some of these things are extremely difficult to read.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I watched your Virtual Legality, amazing Virtual Legality, by the way. And you had some points. And the first point I wanted to kind of get is obviously there were the charges made, right? And you had 2 points. One was in reference to the state of California and how you were concerned with some aspects of the complaint, right? And the way they kind of the way they kind of frame certain things. And then the second part was obviously Activision Blizzard's response, I believe, to IGN and in reference to the comments. Right. Yeah. So let's start with the first two. Like, do you think, the way it was posed, could there be any issues for them as far as trying to win this case? Let's start with the actual state of California.
Yeah, I mean, let's start out with a couple of things, right? Because I think there's a lot of places to have foot faults and for people to get invested in one aspect of the story or another. So for those of you that didn't watch my video, it's an hour and 20 minutes long. Totally understand that. But I put out a couple of disclaimers. One, I'm a lawyer. I'm not a California lawyer. California is a special place, even in the United States. They do a number of different things than other jurisdictions. One of those is that they invest one of their civil institutions, the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, with the ability and indeed the mandate to go and investigate and litigate against companies operating within California. So you don't see this kind of lawsuit and behavior in every jurisdiction. You might see something brought by the Attorney General when something looks really bad, but this is actually a state of California action that is brought based on complaints that were raised to them, as it turns out from the document that they've presented, sometime in 2018, if not earlier. Right. So they collect complaints, just like if you had a problem in whatever state you might be living in and you complain to whatever your safety bureau might be, your OSHA equivalent in whatever state you're operating in. And they might investigate a complaint and then they might turn it over to the AG. Here, the agency actually sues itself. And when the agency sues, what they do in this complaint is they say, we're suing on behalf of us as California to say California doesn't want harassment, doesn't want discrimination, all stuff that makes sense. Right. And they're also suing on behalf of what they classify as every aggrieved woman at Activision, which, if you followed anything on class actions or anything like that, is a very broad class. But the history of California has been that they've been permitted and authorized to get away with describing broad classes for a while, at least through discovery, until they can be challenged by a defendant. And so what you've got a lawsuit that reads to most people as if it were a civil class action. Right. That it's a state action, but people get caught up. Is it, why aren't people going to jail? It's not. They don't have the right to put people in jail. That's the justice attorney general in California. This is about fines and penalties and other things that this particular agency can do. Right. So if you're upset at California for not going far enough, this agency doesn't have that authority. Gotcha. But just set people on the right foot there. The other aspect of this is that it mostly has been reported on for the harassment claims. They are by far the most lascivious. They're the most bright line. They are the biggest, and perhaps are the biggest issue at the company. But if you go in, you read the complaint, if you watch my video, God love you, it's 25 pages out of 30 talking about discrimination, predominantly equal pay. Right. The rest of the California lawsuit here is that Activision, and here's where it gets tricky for a strategy purpose, and here's why that video is an hour and a half long, is because you have to be very careful, because these are very serious allegations. They deserve the seriousness with which they're being discussed. They deserve the state being investigating them. They also deserve a discussion of what has actually been alleged here, which is that Activision, Blizzard Activision, Activision Publishing, and maybe the family of entities, it gets a little vague there in the complaint, have maliciously, intentionally, and willfully deliberately discriminated in hiring, firing, and paying women at their company.
Right.
That's the very first claim. That's 25 pages out of 30.
Right.
And that, in and of itself, is a very, very tough claim to make. Whether you're the state of California, whether you're the federal government, whoever, you have to be able to bring evidence that says not just that there was a bad apple here or a bad apple there, or a manager that was deliberately depressing women's pay or deciding not to hire any women before we even get into harassment.
Right.
Because there's less emotionality, I think, on the equal pay stuff, even though there's rightfully emotionality there as well.
Right.
That just talking about those things, what the state of California has alleged is that Activision is deliberately doing this, is deliberately and intentionally discriminating, and then deliberately and intentionally harassing. That they have created something with the intent of discriminating and harassing. And that's hard, right? Because you get into a situation where, and we can talk about the allegations with specificity, we can do all that, and obviously I can talk for an hour and a half.
Right.
So I'll try to keep it brief. But when you have these conversations, it's easy enough to look at those and say, oh my God, paragraph whatever is terrible. The next paragraph, even worse. The next paragraph, even worse. All those are true. I have no doubt in my mind the state of California has testimony, has investigations, has paperwork that says each and every data point, each paragraph that they have proposed happened to their satisfaction. Right. The question then from a legal perspective, and this is not a moral perspective, this is not an ethical perspective,
just legal.
The legal perspective is, does that rise, especially in a business that has 10,000 employees, 9,500, I believe, 10,000 employees. We don't know the time frame that this took place on. One of Activision's defenses is this is 10 years of stuff. And if you bring 3 paragraphs over 10 years for 10,000 people, well, you have to show that we didn't do enough in our handbook. We didn't do enough in our firings. We didn't do enough in whatever it is that we were supposed to do, because the state of the law, even in California, is not perfection.
Right.
You might have seen, and they operate in Washington, you might have seen Bungie's thread on Twitter.
Yes.
That said, we are against harassment. We're zero tolerance. All really good stuff from Bungie. One of the things they said in that thread was, we are sure harassment has happened here.
Right. They did acknowledge that. That is correct.
Every business is sure that you get enough people in there. Somebody could be a saint for their entire life and decide today's not the day to be a saint. Right. And then it's how the business reacts. Right. And do they do anything? Right. And the state of California has said, you didn't do anything. You deliberately didn't do anything. And in fact, you supported these bad actions.
Right.
And to me, I look at that and I say, all right, let's start talking about data points and anecdotes. And Activision itself then comes out with its statement and says, basically, I don't even know how to describe Activision.
Yeah, it was very aggressive, Hoeg. It was.
Somebody in my comments said, "What is this cable news bullshit?" or something like that. And I had to say, it really does sound of talking heads on MSNBC or Fox or wherever you're at, where they come out with, I don't remember what it is, unelected bureaucrats in the state of California trying to keep companies down or whatever. It's like, oh my goodness.
And they've alluded to the fact that, this is, a practice. As a result of these actions, it's driving business out of the state of California, that kind of a bit. They were very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. And there's a couple of ways you can read that, right? You can read that as desperate cornered animal and just flailing about, which I think a number of people are doing. That's totally within their rights. You can read it as, well, California by statute, as part of their process, doesn't want to go to court. The statute in California says, okay, Department of Fair Employment and Housing, if you find something through your investigations that's a problem, we by statute, as a legislature, have mandated that you go to mediation with this other company and you try to sort it out before anybody gets sued. Right. Because litigation is a costly enterprise. Litigation is a time-consuming enterprise. And so one of the things you'll read in that Activision statement is effectively California that admits that they had 3 meetings or whatever a week before they filed the lawsuit. Right. Activision says California didn't tell us what they were looking at, didn't tell us what to correct, didn't tell us what they were going to bring. And so that wasn't a legitimate mediation. And we're stuck here on the outside.
Right. We got to wait.
California is gilding the lily in parts of their complaint, as you would expect them to do. Right. As you would expect a plaintiff, if you've been in virtual legality, if you've looked at any lawsuits, Epic versus Apple, anything else, the plaintiff's complaint has some paragraphs and some stances early on that are intended for Kotaku or IGN or GameSpot or whoever to pick up.
Yeah, it's going to get a reaction.
And so they could have gone to mediation and wanted to go to trial. Right. And Activision says you didn't do the right thing under the statute. Activision could be bloviating like nobody's business.
Right.
There is no way to tell from out here, which is one of the things I say in my video. But I also say yeah, you know, the equal pay stuff, the discrimination stuff, the stuff that makes up that 25 pages of their complaint is much further away to my eye, just one person's opinion, who is a lawyer, than the harassment stuff. The harassment stuff is a cleaner argument that they have, but the bulk of the punitive damages, the actual arguments they make, the 25 pages of the document, focusing on that discrimination aspect, that's further away from me just in what they allege.
Gotcha. No, great point. And one last question before I open it up to everyone else, because you're dropping a lot of gems here. So again, just based on what you were saying, again, this is just your opinion. This is the initial, things that we've read. So basically, there's two different things here. There's the female pay discrimination aspect, right? And then there's also the harassment. So you feel it's going to be, they may have some potential challenges with trying to combine both of those unless they focus on and try to prove like there's a systemic problem with the pay discrimination. My question is, do you think they should change their approach and focus on one instead of this broad scope of all these things that they've included in this initial complaint?
Well, so of course I wouldn't tell the state of California how to do their business on this kind of stuff. But what they did was they took the broad shotgun approach, which is there's a couple of bits of law in there that I go over in my video that allow you to bring everything and the kitchen sink on discrimination, harassment, and a third category, which is retaliation. Right. So what they accused Blizzard Activision of is discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Right. And it's pretty boilerplate by the time you get to the counts when they're actually talking about what they're alleging versus the facts, which is what's been reported on, the factual allegations. Right. So it's their shotgun approach. It's just that, reading through those, it's difficult to frame them as willful and malicious and intentional just based on what they even alleged, because you have to get to the point where they're deliberately ignoring things. They're putting in policies and procedures that encourage harassment. I mean, whatever that looks like, that doesn't quite make its way into that document. Instead, what they present is some very, very bad data points, which are admittedly properly being reported on from various folks. But the question ultimately in a court of law or settlement or negotiation or whatever it is that a bad actor, 5 bad actors over 10 years, whatever, or is that a company that's deliberately hiring harassers and encouraging the harassing behavior to go on?
In terms of that frat boy culture.
And the discrimination, by the way, you said pay is the focus. That's where they keep coming back to because that's where the damages live. But they also include everything else related to discrimination, which is hiring and firing, constructive termination, promotions, everything that relates to the employment relationship.
Yep, got it. Thank you for that. Let's open it up. Solve. I'm sorry I hijacked your topic, but I had to get the legend of virtual legality to get his insight first. But Solve, let's start with you, and then we'll open it up as well. Like where you at with this, and you brought this to the realm, and obviously it's a very rough week to read a lot of this stuff. So where you at with this?
I think what Hoeg said in regards to the shotgun approach makes sense now that the way he frames it, because I think encompassing all of these things as one thing, I think makes it a subject that's going to get more eyes on it, as opposed to X amount of women got sexually harassed, which is something that you see all the time. Now, when you take all of these things and make it a systemic problem where it goes all the way from the moment you walk into the door, how you're treated in terms of as a professional to how you're treated as a female, making it broader, I think gets all different kinds of eyes on it in a way that maybe scoping it down won't do. So I think that makes sense. Although, again, there are certain things that are probably difficult to prove overall. I think at the end of the day, though, it's really disappointing and appalling to see the things that came up in this lawsuit, because we've been seeing it for so long now, especially in the gaming space, right? And I feel like on one end, this stuff doesn't feel like it's isolated to the gaming space. But at the same time, when you see so many big gaming companies have issues like that, whether it be on the press side or the development side, because we've seen it with IGN, we've seen it with EA, we've seen it with Ubisoft, it sort of feels like the way this problem pans out specifically in this industry is just an industry-centric problem. And the way it needs to be addressed is sort of from within in a way that maybe other industries and the way they handle it, maybe it just would be different. it's just, to me, I don't understand how this type of, and the way they quote it, frat boy sort of mentality continues to permeate in these professional settings where when you have creative endeavors, right? When you're not just, throwing something onto a conveyor belt and building something, when the endeavor is creative, there's a thoughtfulness that goes with that, the type of people that sort of work in that environment. And to see, and what happens is, and we've talked oftentimes about how the boardroom often invades the creative space. And what happens to an environment when that happens is that the boardroom supersedes what the creative space would allow for. And I really just do think that in these instances with these big companies, at the top of the top has a totally different understanding of what's happening at the rungs below them. And you can see that in the way that they're defending a lot of these things. You expect an executive to toe the company line and defend the company, right? But when you see these types of actions being spoken about, and then you have an executive, a female at that, saying, hey, that is not the Activision Blizzard that I know. You know what? It's not going to be the Activision Blizzard that you know. Because do you walk these studios every single day? Do you interact with these people every single day?
You don't know. Chief people officer?
Yes. What's her name? Fran? I forget her name.
Yeah,
so, and I don't mean to just focus on her.
No, what you mean.
But it just feels like there's a blindness when it comes to upper management to what is going on below them. And, at the end of the day, as a man seeing that, we just have to be better. We just have to be better. It is, the fact that you could get away with this type of behavior in a professional environment is bonkers to me. Right. And the fact that it continues to happen specifically in this industry and the way it happens in this industry, it's confusing to me. It's disappointing to me. And on a lot of levels, I never want to put any sort of blame on victims here, right? Whatsoever, because this should not be happening. But there's something that frustrates me about the gaming space and people who come into the gaming space, whether it is on the press side or the development side. It's like, you're passionate about this, right? Obviously, it's a creative endeavor. You're passionate about it. When you get that job, you think it's your dream job, and you don't want to give it up for anything. Right. And maybe it's just me. And again, this may be a bad take.
No. This is how you feel. This is how you feel.
But I'm not built like that. I'm not built to take anyone treating me as less than in any way, shape, or form. And maybe I don't have that sort of survival instinct at work where I don't care. Right. But I'm not. If something is happening to me at my job. Coming from somebody in upper management, whatever, and I go through the proper steps to address that, right? And it doesn't get addressed, and it continues, right? And I address it directly with the person, and it continues. At that point, there's no more conversation. Either I'm going to address it in a very public forum to embarrass you, or worse comes to worse, I'm putting hands on you.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah, you were forged.
We're built differently. I know. We're built differently.
But again, at that same point, you got to talk about people that have been disenfranchised, marginalized, and set aside.
Right.
You're talking about a demographic of a certain set. And this is going to be a real sensitive topic that I'm going to approach right now. And individuals may not like what I'm about to say.
How you feel? This is your opinion.
Agree or disagree? Yeah, this is just my opinion of it. This gaming space for a very long time was not for women, people of color. Different.
Right.
You understand? Now, a lot of those people that are in part doing these behaviors, it's learned, trained behavior. Right? This learned, trained behavior is all about trying to be included and not be ostracized, not giving the individuals an excuse.
Right.
What I'm saying is everything about it is completely wrong. I've talked about this on my Minute with the Lords on lordsofgaming.net. Go look at it, and it's a complete sensitive topic for me because we push to get through that glass ceiling. We push to get through the glass ceiling. Every woman that pushed to get through that glass ceiling, when you feel like you made it into this space and you accepted in this space, to find out that you're not, to find out that you're being objectified and looked at as you, it's very terrifying, horrifying. You understand? So the victim may not act in the way that you expect them to act, because if they know that their words aren't being heard going up the chain, if their direct supervisor that's right in front of you doesn't push it up the chain, is a systematic problem going all the way up. And that person feels small. Maybe they have bills they have to pay. They have a family they have to take care of. And they take all of this and they stuff it down and they come in and they come to work and they're doing their job. It's horrifying that the frat boy mentality still exists in our day and age. It's gratifying seeing this stuff come out, as explicit as it is in the paperwork and as repulsive as it is in the paperwork, because you're passing nudes around of a coworker at a party.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Good lawyer talk, Hawk. I respect
this. Is what. Thank you. That's why you're
here. Even they say allegedly. It's all good.
No, you're right. You protected us, Hawk. Thank you.
Don't know. This is the stuff that was said allegedly.
Yeah.
It's horrifying. I have a mother. I had grandmothers. I have daughters. I have sons. For this to happen to individuals, and not just saying that it was happening just to women, it was happening to men too. I'm pretty sure that same, Andrew, that same feeling of you coming from Haiti and they're hearing your voice different and you're being targeted. Individuals, this is your safe space. You stay at work a majority of your day. This is supposed to be your family that you built with, that you grow with. This is, you spend your time more at work than you do at home.
Just to jump in.
Be an unhealthy environment, it's very saddening. You know, I went long on the topic, but it really hurts me deeply that people have to get up to a job, because I go to work with a duty in my heart. For you to go to work with a duty in your heart, and for you to put up with individuals and stuff like this, it's absolutely repulsive.
Just to jump into both of you guys' point, and I'll again still open it up because I got to get Andrew, I got to get OneBadMutha in reference to, you know, we always discuss the volatility of the games industry, and we talk about, you know, how, you know, sometimes people, you know, don't stay at one place, and, you know, just let's be honest, like just the volatility of the success of video games, right? A lot of these games are not successful, so when you're put in a position with a somewhat stable company, right? An ActivisionBlizzard who's been around, you know, to some, this is going to be a dream job. This is going to be a dream scenario for a lot of people. And I know where you're going with that. So to Solve's, back to Solve's point, what you were saying, like, you know, because we know how he's built, right? We know where he comes from, and but also we got to put ourselves in the mindset sometimes of younger, more impressionable minds trying to get their start in the industry, and to them, this is their world. This is it, right? And if these type of, you know, practices and grooming and all this stuff is going on, right? You know, there's sometimes people don't have the strength to sometimes make that moral choice to push back, because for them, this was it. This was their pinnacle at that time, at that stage of life. But let me open it up, because I could go over it. I don't want to go too long. But let's get Andrew Alliance in. Andrew, I don't know if you caught a lot of these accounts this week. You know, obviously we've seen the legal side that Hoeg brought out as far as litigation on both sides of the state of California. Activision and Blizzard pushed back on with their statement. You know, what's your take on everything that's going on?
Well, it's a lot, right? It's multi-layered in so many different ways when you look at the industry, as you mentioned, and even the previous stuff that went forth. My thing is, like, when there's always when fear, uncertainty, and doubt is introduced and how the story is supposed to come out, right? And even from the lawyer standpoint I spoke earlier, when things aren't clear cut, like even in contracts, things are clear cut. If you don't like the contract, then you have to navigate and find a way to change the terms, right? But when things aren't clear cut, even when they are introduced in our eyes, when it hits the news, it's more messy than it is essentially, right? So based on the things that we already saw in the news, we're like, okay, so yeah, that's messy and that's bad. And even as King was saying, so yeah, I have to feed my family. I feel hopeless. I can't go to the individuals that are supposed to protect me when I have a challenge at that particular workplace, right? So then there's that. And then you have the stories of the individuals coming out on Twitter, sharing some of their, that's why I left. That's why I'm no longer there. That's why. So you have all these different quotes that you're seeing on social media. It's more layered than we know, right?
Good point.
And I think that because of that, it makes things more interesting when you're trying to solve or trying to, the behavior is not going to change even with lawsuits, right? We've seen that. And multiple aspects of all the different companies that we've seen in the past where there has been an issue in that particular culture, in that particular marketplace. We always know that there's more to that than they're telling us. But at the same time, if the people aren't checked that are doing those behaviors, if there isn't an
like an independent
a
external
firm
entity?
That's independent to make sure that those things are in check, then the frat boy culture or whatever that culture is always going to be in place in that particular establishment, right? And I think that without that, the employees, the creatives, all of the individuals who are putting time in for that particular organization, that particular company, they're never going to feel safe in that particular environment if there's no way for them to get checked.
I have a question for Hoeg, because I don't know, like, when it comes to like committees and stuff, like, is it hard to apply that onto a corporation such as Activision? Do they have to like 100% agree to it? Like, can the state force it? Like, because I feel like if we're forcing like a committee to that's not related to
like outside oversight, outside oversight,
someone that just looks into this kind of stuff, but because to me it feels like, why would Activision or any company of that stature like let someone just look into the affairs like that, especially if some of this is being handled by the people who's doing it, like the
abusers?
Well, I would answer that
higher up.
A corporation, an LLC, any entity is a legal fiction. That's a term of art we use to say it's not real. Activision doesn't exist. Activision's a piece of paper. I think you see one of the statements say it's a piece of paper in a file cabinet in Delaware, which hopefully it's not. It should be in a file cabinet at their headquarters, but we can talk about that later. But that means that the state has some broad authority to say, well, we don't have to let your corporation operate in our state unless you X, Y, and Z. That's one of the reasons you see California exerting stronger things. Right. I will say that there are potential negative ramifications that are constantly balanced by political forces on these things. One of those is highlighted by Activision's statement, which finishes off with, basically a threat that we're going to take our ball and go to Texas.
Right. Go somewhere else.
And so the states are constantly evaluating that as well. California, more aggressive than most. So they might do something like that. You never know. But it's just important to realize that, like any market, political standing for a corporation is a market, and there is shopping for tax rates and treatment of shareholder rights and what it is that you're looking for when you want to operate a business. Gotcha. And so you do see states competing on those grounds, including Texas and Florida and some others.
No doubt. I want to get OneBadMutha in before I give it back to Attic. OneBadMutha, man, like, rough, very, very rough week. We've seen these accounts. We've seen what's going on. What's your thought process? What's your mindset? There's so many layers to this, but as we unpack, where's your head at with all this stuff?
Yeah, when I first heard about this, it's for me personally, I have a daughter that just turned 16, and she'll be going to the workplace in a few years, and so I look at something like this, and the first thing is like, well, how should I react? Like, what is the proper way to go? And, as we heard Hoeg talk, there's this legal side, but there's this other side too. And this actually kind of dovetails into what King was talking about. I had I had a friend actually DM me a couple of days ago, and I'm sitting there kind of wondering, well, what is the right way to sort of respond to the situation? You know how you feel.
Good point.
You know there's a legal process, but you also know there's a personal.
I'm glad you're touching this.
This is what I'm just going to read a couple sentences she said to me of the conversation. She said, "We'll all forget, and it'll happen again, and we'll be shocked again. If we failed her, that's all we have the power to say. We all have the power to say no, and we can't. We failed her. That could have been me, and no one would have cared, and they would have kept working like they did." Now, this is somebody who's actually gone through the process herself. She's, and she even touched on some of the things that came out in that statement, like, like this is what happens. You bring it up and somebody says, "Oh, you must have misread that person," or "This couldn't have happened. That person wouldn't have said that. You must have, mistook it."
Dismissive.
And then it gets dismissive. And really, when you look into the situation at a macro level, and I'm sure most of us have heard this before, but most women don't come out. Out of all the women, when they done the research that say I face sexual harassment, it's only a small percentage. So when you look at something like what we're seeing now with all these people kind of stepping forward, keep in mind, this is just the tip of the iceberg, probably. There's probably a lot more people. And so I do understand, because I've heard the other side where people are like, well, I'm not going to say anything because I'm not in a position to, or why should I, why should I say something now? Right. And I would say like, this is why it's important, because when people feel supported, they are more emboldened. When people start to feel the support, they are more likely to start coming forward. And that's why you saw that with the Me Too movement a few years back, where other women were just, encouraged by others and seeing some of the support. So, I do understand what, when people say there's a process and things like that. But at the end of the day, when we look at that, it's like where we're at, where we've come, it's just not good enough. Right. So like, what do we got to do to bridge that gap? And, again, going to kind of what Hoeg was saying, it's like, corporation is really just it's a machine, right? It's a piece of paper, it's a machine. But like I had somebody, in leadership once said to me, like when I was trying to find out, like, well, how do you get this person to do something one way or another? He says, you'll never be able to make somebody do something, but like leaders do set in the environment that will encourage people to go one way or another, at least on the whole. And off of everything that we've learned so far, it looks like there's been a complete leadership failure at Activision. It does appear that they've created a toxic environment. And honestly, just the response alone just feels like it almost is indicting just seeing the response, because it just feels like you just don't understand. Right. Like when you start hearing it from women who've been through this and you hear something like that, it's like, you don't even get it. And somebody should have reached out to somebody in PR before even sending that response. But to me, it's clear that something needs to happen with their leadership. And I don't think just saying, hey, we're going to start doing harassment training is going to be enough. There needs to be something more that happens that sends a message. And again, it supports the women that are involved in these situations, and it continues to embolden them, because that numbers is really, when you get into these he said, she said things, a lot of times those numbers is what they have. Right. So, and I think we're going to find out that there's more numbers to this situation.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm sorry. Somebody jump
in. Why do you think this behavior sort of permeates the gaming industry so much in a way that's so blatant, right? Because I just, if you look at an Amazon or an Apple, I don't know, but for some reason, I highly doubt that this type of behavior is so pervasive across the board. You're going to have instances and pockets of it, of course, but it just feels like you said, OneBadMutha, it's like it's a company. It's kind of permeated the entire culture of these companies that are being called out. How does that happen? Like, I just don't understand how it turns into in the entire sort of administration sort of supporting this type of behavior or turning a blind eye to it.
Yeah, I definitely want to jump in there to answer that quickly. And I think it's because it's dismissed, right? Even if you look at all the twit longers that we've seen in the last 2 years, even during You know, the thing we had with the vaccine and all that stuff recently, that whole thing, that whole thing, right? I think that a lot of it is dismissed, and it compounds over time. And then what you find is you get someone that finally says, that's it. If nobody's going to say something, I'm going to say something, right? And as soon as they say something, then we see all the stuff that spans, 5 years back or 6 years back of things that are taking place. I think the dismissive culture of these things that are happening, that's it. That's part of it. And then the other thing too is we have to be careful as well. Is we hear the statement, believe all women, right?
Right.
That sounds great.
Right.
But if a percentage of those women are not telling the truth about every matter, we have to be careful with that as well.
Absolutely. Let me jump in real quick because everybody's on fire. These are fantastic points. It's a tough week, man. Before I start about that, I just want to ask Hoeg one quick question. So Hoeg, this was from the state of California perspective, this was a 2 to 3 year ongoing investigation.
What they put down in their dates was middle of 2018. That they put I don't remember what their name up for it was, but a cause document that they'd received complaints and they informed Activision that they'd be investigating them.
Right.
There's some statutory rules for timing. So it looks like at some point in the middle of that investigation, they both agreed that they could sue later than the statute required. It's one of the things I raised in my video.
Yep.
But it's a long-term investigation, which you could read in two different ways, right? I think on Twitter and social media and elsewise, there are people, how would I put this? There are people that are far more willing to just believe a state-based complaint than I am, just from experience level. And that's not saying anything about the state of California's complaint. That's just saying everybody everywhere is a human being and has their own thought process and everything else. So I don't view it being California versus a class action or a plaintiff's lawsuit or anything as specifically more than anything else, regardless of a 2-year investigation. And of course, you could look at it the other way, which is that for a 2-year investigation, what they have in allegations is 4 pages of paragraphs, which, to be frank, isn't a ton for that length of time for an investigation. So it's a matter of, I think they're setting the groundwork, and they're going to go into discovery and find more, and certainly that's part of the process here. But they've been investigating for a long time. They went into that mediation. They only announced that they had gotten to that point. I believe the date they put in was late June. Right. So they tell Activision at the end of last month, we're going forward with this. Then the mandatory mediation kicks in. They do it, I think, 3 or 4 times in the first couple of weeks of July. Obviously doesn't come to fruition. And then they say, all right, here we go. Right. And they file the lawsuit on the 20th, which was the day before their agreement with Activision had been at the out date that they weren't allowed to sue anymore.
Right.
So it's a long process.
It's a long process. And to me, what's going to be interesting, if the pushback from Activision and Blizzard, if they're going to go all the way back with the pushback, and if this just settles, so I'm very curious to see where that goes. Go ahead, Hoeg. I think you're about to jump in.
Yeah. So one of the things I said is almost all of these settle. The predominant form of finishing a dispute at any level in a civil action is a settlement. Right. I will say that based on the introduction from the first couple of paragraphs of the California document, which I highly recommend everybody should read because it's very feisty from a state agency, and it's very much, depending again how you want to read it, generously, not so generously, it's very much says basically we at the department don't much care for video games. Right. It looks like video game industry in particular is a problem. Right. On the other hand, Activision says essentially what I described it as go to the mattresses, Godfather style, that they're willing to burn the town down on this. Yeah. Facts. Here's what you learn in law school is that litigation is a bad idea for everybody in a civil action, because at the end of the day, there's a number, there's a penalty, there's a solution that's hit. And the only difference between hitting it now in a settlement room and hitting it later is that lawyers got paid and time went by. And so the only time you really have a high stakes litigation of this type is if there's emotionality and or one or both of the parties really feels self-righteous and passionate about their specific position. So if Activision isn't just lying, and that statement when they originally made it reads to me as unvetted, not gone through PR, not gone through lawyers, their honest to God angry position against California's righteousness, that is in fact when you can get a nuclear exchange. Because you have this kind of, we're right on both sides. And if that does in fact happen, then Sky's the limit in
Sky's
terms
where
of
this could go.
fees, in terms of penalties, in terms of everything else. Now, in any ordinary universe, somebody is talking to Bobby or whomever at Activision and saying, if we go into Discovery and we have to talk about 10, 15, 20 years of compensation decisions, of hiring and firing decisions, of every email that they can find on anything, then that's not a winner no matter what the charges were for any corporation in America. And so usually you go to the settlement table because if as long as they're not asking for you to bankrupt the company, almost anything is going to be better.
Right.
So I still say it's likely to settle because cooler heads will prevail.
Right.
And that settlement feature in California doesn't mean it has to be secret. I think a lot of people think that settlements have to be secret. California can mandate an apology and an acknowledgement of issues and hundreds of millions of dollars of fines and restitution. They can do whatever they want in terms of that settlement. I would still have 90% of the money on settlement of some kind.
Yeah, because the discovery is extremely damaging to
extremely. You just don't know. Somebody murdered someone.
Right.
Okay?
Even with the emotionality of the position right now, as a corporation, when discovery comes out and more, comes out and, if more comes out, then that's something that is extremely damaging. So I agree with you, Hoeg, on that.
I think it's far more likely you see a settlement, and I think that there is a significantly non-zero chance that they do in fact leave.
Gotcha.
They've been there since the 70s.
Do you?
And it's not just the DFEH; it's tax situation. There's a lot of companies that are evaluating California.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing where I think that this might be something that moves them.
Yeah. So Andrew and
quick question for Hoeg. Do you look at any other? A quick question for you. Do you look at any other cases besides gaming stuff? Do you look at non-gaming stuff as well? Or
So here's the fun part, right? I'll just say this. So I'm a corporate lawyer. I do contracts, transactions, formations, setting up things. And I have a lot of software and technology in my book of business. And I work with video games. I sponsored Easy Allies. I met the Iron Lords. I have virtual legality. So I look at lawsuits in technology and big technology. I did Epic versus Apple. I talk about some of the Trump 230 lawsuits, the Biden orders and things like that.
Yeah, the reason I ask is if you ever look at the Ripple case versus the SEC, Ripple is a cryptocurrency. I would love to hear your takes in the future if you ever look at that case.
I will probably have a crypto video of some kind at some point.
Yeah. But virtual legality, Andrew.
It's one of those where virtual legality is, especially like this one, a lot of my videos I can do pretty quickly. This one is like, okay, so we've got a lot of emotionality. We've got a lot of precision. We've got a lot of important things. This one took me, 7 hours, 8 hours to do. So it's crypto is one of those where it's fun, but it's not very well documented. So it'll be a fun research project. I'll look at it.
No doubt.
Yeah, I'd love. I'm gonna watch the video that you mentioned, especially on the topic that we're currently talking about. I definitely want to hear more on that for sure.
Man, I'm glad more people get to know about it. It makes me happy. Solve Attic. I mean, let me get Attic because I think Attic wanted to say something first.
I always feel safer with him in the building.
Yeah. He's protected. We use our allegedly.
I'm losing my mouth. Definitely.
The question.
Allegedly.
So you said you think most likely this is going to it's going to settle out of court. So if they do settle out of court, because to me, do you think those individuals are going to leave the company, like Activision and Blizzard?
What individuals?
I'm talking about the some of the management that's let this happen. So because I feel like there's a lot of people at fault here, and to me, I feel like if it's settled out of court, there's going to be very little restructuring in the company itself. And to me, it's just like, if the culture's not changed, why would this change? Even though that there's money that's written out and distributed to people.
Well, California has to be a little bit careful for what they mandate the private organizations to do, but they can mandate things. They can say, as part of your settlement, we're going to be sitting in on board meetings for 3 years, and you're going to make sure that you switch the chairman's seat out. I mean, they can. I have no idea what that would look like. You can ask for $10 and everybody's unhappy. You can ask for the moon. A settlement is not a limited kind of concept.
Well, I'm not really referring to as like the settlement thing. I'm referring to that, to me, unless there's restructuring, I feel like we're just going to run into this again in a couple years.
More of the same.
But they could say you're going to remove these people from this position.
Because I have a cousin that she's a lawyer in Tucson. Yeah. And she said that one of the issues that she is when she's done is she's like, the settling thing is a good and bad, but it hurts just as much as it's good, because a lot of the times you can't like criminally charge people if you do take some of the money. And she says that part of the issue she's seen in her, career is a lot of people are getting off, especially rich people, because they just paying the money. Like, and then when we're talking about billionaires doing really skymmy stuff, and I'm not talking about necessarily Activision, what's a couple $100 million to them when they can continue doing the stuff they're doing?
Well, that's fair. There's a number of ways it could go. I mean, that's one of the reasons I mentioned that this is the civil action, right? This is the Department of Fair Employment. That's distinct from a California Attorney General or whatever other agency they might have that would look at criminal complaints, would look at justice type complaints.
So, in your opinion, if they do settle out of court, do you think that Activision and whoever is over there or their lawyers, you think they would make them sign in any form of paperwork saying they can't criminally charge them?
All right, so let's do some real talk here on the Iron Lord.
Let's get it.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, so there's a reason right now that the management is not named in the lawsuit. And that reason is the nature of what they've presented, which is, I describe it as anecdotal. That might be one notch too dismissive. That's not the intent of it. It's simply to suggest that the alleged factual allegations are targeted at one individual who, is my understanding, is not with the company anymore.
Right.
Which I actually object to that targeting. If you're going to target somebody in a complaint like that, you should name them so that they can get the information. But that's separate. If that's a bad actor, it's a bad actor. He just hasn't had his day in court.
Okay.
Outside of that, they haven't named much of anybody. And what they've got, at least as alleged, doesn't suggest direct issues in the document itself right now. So you want to hit Bobby Kotick. Bobby Kotick isn't mentioned. Right. And the primary kind of way that they get to the harassment complaints, they got the story about the guy that's gone from the company, and they've got the story about the hotel room, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, we know about that.
And before that, they got the cube crawl. So it's essentially 3 paragraphs. It's cube crawl, guy at Blizzard, and hotel room.
Yep.
And so you're going to say the cube crawl rises to the level of criminal actions against specific managers. You're probably going to have to target people that are directly responsible for that kind of behavior, rather than who you want to hit, generally speaking. Doesn't mean it isn't the case. I'm not sitting there with whatever the heck they got in their binders, right?
Right.
But what I would caution is it's easy to look at all this and say the whole company's bad and X, Y, and Z should be fired or sued or gone to prison and all these kinds of things. Obviously, if they are intentionally, maliciously doing these things, absolutely bring that. Send it to the Attorney General. I'm all for it. As presented right this second, we're not at that level as I see it in the document itself. So when we talk about settlement, we're talking about California wants to make Activision hurt. You saw last year that California interceded in a settlement that the class action tried to have with Riot for $10 million and said, no, court, they shouldn't be settling for less than $400 million. And Riot's a lot smaller than Activision. And you get there and you say, well, what in the heck is California asking for in that mediation room? And would that be sufficient to hurt them? When you have that settlement, yes, there will be some kind of contract that says, if you do the X, Y, and Z and you pay us $500 million, then we're not going to do certain things on our grounds. I'm not sure, because I'm not a California lawyer, but procedurally exactly what the Department of Fair Employment can waive on behalf of the state of California. Probably not criminal complaints. So they're probably not getting out of that in terms of a civil settlement. But I understand your concern, because you see this and somebody is responsible. You can't just say, okay, it's a big monolithic entity and it did all this bad stuff. Somebody did something somewhere. I get it.
I don't think it's all Activision, all Blizzard, but I do think there are certain management that probably knows. There's certain people in key positions that probably know.
If there's a cube crawl with groping going on, somebody did something to facilitate it and knew about it. 100%.
Somebody got something going on.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, like, my thing is, like, I just want it to stop.
I get it. No, I do.
Your concern is the settlement aspect doesn't resolve. Added concern is the settlement aspect doesn't actually resolve the issue. It just, slaps on the wrist maybe a couple of people, but the culture of the frat boy culture and stuff may still continue. You want to get to the root.
If they've been doing that this hardcore, and it seems like it's been a long time they've been doing this hardcore. To me, a settlement is all that's going to do is be like, we got to be more careful now. Like,
well, so there's a saying, right? The law is a sledgehammer. It's not a scalpel. And that California has a sledgehammer. They're gonna wield it. It's not, no matter what happens, settlement, trial, anything. I can guarantee you that the end state, whether you go through all that or you settle it out of court, is not going to be perfect match for what basically anybody wants.
Gotcha.
So
what Cog, just one thing I just wanted to bring up that we didn't touch on, and this will be my last thing. Sorry,
I apologize.
No. You brought up some really good questions, and Saab did too. Like why is it in this gaming industry, right, that we see like this culture seems even more pervasive, even though it does exist elsewhere. We know that, right? But it seems like it's even seems like there's a greater issue here. I think that answer is kind of simple if you really just kind of look at it on the surface, because I think even Paris mentioned something about it this week. Is that when you look at their board, their leadership, there's no diversity there, right? It's all the same. And the thing is, the gaming industry, as King was saying earlier, is really up until very recently has not been very diverse. And so when you just think about that, the only, in my mind, the easiest answer to change that is to start. If you want to change that culture, you want to change that environment, is you need to change that leadership. And it does. And this is why a lot of times, you hear the pushback on diversity, like you're checking a box. It's not checking a box. This helps you be better leaders. It helps you because you have more perspectives, right? And so I do think that regardless what happens legally, because, as I swing that sledgehammer, that, those things may not take place there. I do think that, media influencers, whoever it is, needs to put pressure on Activision's brand to change. And hopefully that will create an environment to make others go, oh, you know what, maybe we should get ahead of this, because we're not very diverse either, right? Let's see what we can do to be proactive. So we're not, we don't have all of our skeletons, shown to the world like Activision's are.
Yeah, hopefully it's a butterfly effect that actually takes root in because of this. Because like, Hoeg said, this, it's not a scalpel, it's a sledgehammer, and with a sledgehammer, it's meant to hit. It may not hit exactly precisely how everybody wants it to hit, because no one is going to be completely satisfied, especially the victims. In this case, and when you really look at it, just look at it, put your feet in the shoes of the victims. The corporations, they come and they go. If this is something that destroys Activision, then maybe you should have stopped it before it got to this point, but it didn't. So we're at this point, and now you have to deal with the cause of your actions at the point that we are at right now. So it sounds absolutely horrible, and a lot of the actions allegedly are absolutely horrible. But again, we have to let the legal process play out, do its diligence, and go through its course. And whatever happens after that, if you feel a certain way, don't be quiet, don't push it down, voice your opinion, be loud, be heard, and stand up for something that you feel that is injustice in an area that you see. And if you see stuff like this going on, speak up, put yourself in the shoes of the victim. I will always remember these guys bullying a dude playing with, it's not the same stuff. Oh, no. Playing with his Game Boy. I had a kinship to him because he was a nerd like me. I was just a bigger nerd that was able to fight, and I had to stand up for the one that didn't. If you see it, you don't say anything, you're part of the problem. If you don't stand up for the weak that can't talk, you're part of the problem. You must stand up for your brother, your sister, your friend, your co-worker, because everybody's supposed to be at peace, especially in a workplace environment where they are going to do a job. They're not supposed to go into a toxic environment and be afraid or harassed.
Right. No, fair enough. Solve, and then I gotta go get on because we've been going.
Yeah.
So I guess my final question is: do we think that this this huge lawsuit by the state of California is the ideal way to at least begin to institute real change in a way that things that we say sometimes, like, you know, vote with your wallet, don't purchase their games, don't do that, don't really move the needle at all. Do we think this is probably the best bet that we have to see a company be forced into instituting real change that can cause that ripple effect throughout the industry and sort of make other companies look at each other? Because when you look at this, it's like, well, they've already seen what happened with Ubisoft, right? Even though this is a 2-year investigation, right? They've seen what happened with Ubisoft. They've seen what happened with EA. They've seen what happened with reporting outlets as well, like IGN and stuff like that. It's like you willfully turn a blind eye to what's happening in your company, and you kind of say, hey, it's not going to happen to us. Nobody's going to come bother us. And then when it does happen, you're like, oh man, we should have. So my thing is this the proper way to really force this company, this big, humongous company, to shame them and institute change in a real way, where the repercussions of that are felt throughout the industry, and it really does push the rest of the industry to change in a real way, not just addressing this one specific issue in the moment?
Yeah, that to me, that's the $1 million question. You know, I'll jump in. Yeah, I'm not sure because to me it's I do find it interesting that, you know, while this is going on, I'm seeing companies that, you know, almost are not directly affected, but are coming out with almost preemptive statements. You know, we here at such and such, we don't do that, right? We hear it, whatever. So, you know, it's interesting. It's going to be one of those moments where I'm just going to sit back and monitor where this goes and see if it does have that ripple effect. And it was shocking. Obviously, state of California, this investigation, all this stuff. You know, I'll make it quick. At the end of the day, I do agree with Hoeg. I think there's going to be a settlement. That's just my feeling.
Yeah.
I feel that.
I could have told the moment I heard it.
Once we getting into these accounts are what these accounts are, right? Brutal, disturbing, tough. You know, once you get into the discovery phase, if the state of California has more dirt, so to speak, and that is presented, and obviously, you know, Activision Blizzard will refute if they have, you know, evidence and stuff like that. Once the laundry starts getting out, you know what I'm saying? Both sides really don't want that, right? So both sides, in my opinion, it is in their best interest to come to agreement. But to Addict's point, you know, is that going to foster real change? That is the $1 million question. Is that going to, you know, we've heard different things. We've heard about, you know, people wanting now, you know, unionization. We've heard about all these different things, and that's
we see it in a lot of things, not just gaming.
Yeah,
it's like nothing ever really changes because things are always settled out of court.
Well, we're gonna see. You know, I don't have the answer to that question. All I'm gonna say is,
I mean, I don't either.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. No, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know, to me personally, it hit me hard for two reasons. One, you know, again, allegedly, because Hoeg's here, I gotta use the word allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, you know, the suicide account bothered me. That bothered me because, again, if that is happening, you know, and this level of abuse and stuff like that, where someone feels so that they're unable, they feel so helpless that they can't do anything, that life is taking their own life, you know, and then obviously pictures shared and all this other stuff, allegedly, then, you know, that's extremely disturbing. You know what I'm saying? And that's another chamber with the fat boy culture thing. You know, the sad part is, you know what's crazy, King? Like, I'm not even surprised, and I feel I should be. Because
you've heard this story before.
Right, and to Saul's point, it's like, I've heard it before. You know, why in video games is this happening? You know what I'm saying? We kind of hear
I believe we see it in video games because this is where our interests lie.
Right, of course.
I believe it's happening on a wide scale.
I'm sure if you look in the sports direction, it's happening over there.
It's a wide spectrum that this stuff is happening. But at the same time, our focus is here, and this is what we're talking about at the moment. And it's just disheartening because everyone here expects the best from our chosen industry.
Of course.
Right? You expect the best. You expect the person that is best fit for the job to get the job and be respected and walk in, and, you know, because that's what you feel. So when you hear the opposite to that, it's disheartening.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
You know, and it's just a shame all the way around the board. It's absolute losers in this whole thing. There's no winners at all. Even if at a settlement, you know, because the majority of the money or whatever you get from it is going to go to therapy for a situation that this is going to scar individuals forward until they can fix and heal with that. And like to Addict's point, Addict is skeptical that if you pay the money out, that doesn't change from the top down what's going on, because from the people at the top, it's going to still be in position. And we all know an organization that is rotten at the top, it permeates straight down to the soil.
Which is to my final point, and again, I'll finish up, is that I think it's going to be interesting to me. What I'm curious to monitor this whole thing is I'll be watching every virtual legality.
I ain't gonna lie, I want to witch hunt. I want all these people in jail.
I'm going to be watching everything because to me, from a legal standpoint, the thing that interests me the most is, can the state of Activision, the state of California, prove that this is a systemic issue? If they got discovery, you know, that this is a systemic issue,
I don't think it gets that far.
It probably won't.
I think they pay out, and if California pushes too hard, they leave and they go to Texas.
The moment
and anytime you verbalize a thought, that thought could be put into action because you already conceived the concept of it in your head. So when you verbalize that thought and you've made that threat clear, that means they already conceived the action of leaving. So if California pushes too far in a direction that is not palatable,
well, they've initially threatened that in a way. You know, I know where you're going. You know, look,
it's just
the moment this went public the way it did, Activision already in their rooms at the top of their mansions is like, how much is an acceptable loss? Let's get this done. Let's get this over with.
Very well. So, but again, to Hoeg's point, emotionality, right? Like I would assume that from a PR standpoint, Activision Blizzard's aggressive response was probably, if they had any PR person in the room, thank you, Hoeg shaking, thank you. Any sensible PR would say, yo, that's not it. What you just put exactly what you just put out there, that ain't it. So to me, when I see that level of emotionality, that leads me to believe initially, maybe they cool down later, but initially they are ready to go there. This is, you know, these are misgross representations, right? These are their words. So when they're taking it like, no, y'all not doing this to us. Oh, and by the way, we'll move. We heard about this state. We'll move our whole joint up out of here because we heard about how y'all move. Right?
Let me just ask Hoeg a question real quick related to that. How easy or hard is it for them just to move states if they want to? Like, because I feel like
problem with money.
Yeah,
it's not that hard.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Like their biggest risk. Their biggest risk is talent loss, and so one of the evaluations is how much are their people happy with living in California.
Right, that's
California's had egress.
That's what I'm saying. Like at the end of the day, like I said again, I'm just looking at an initial emotionality, and if that was the gut response to the accusation, to the initial claims by the state of California, I'm just interested to see if they're going to take it there, if it's going to go there. That's the question.
They're like, hit up everyone that's necessary and ask them how much is living in California worth to you.
This is a long one. Guys,
I think that's just what I'm scared of. I'm scared that all this is going to go on. People won't get their coins. Yeah. And then in 6 months from now, people are, okay, it's been enough time. Let's get back to it. Like, I don't want that. Like,
to your point, Cog, we're desensitized to most of this stuff now because we've seen so much of it.
Yeah.
And we just hope that with the legal aspects, it's not necessarily a Band-Aid. You get the settlement, it goes quiet. But unless the transformation happens within the individuals who are at the leadership level, you're going to see that leadership move from one place to another. And then the culture may be, worst case scenarios may happen again.
Valid points. Great discussion.
I mean, maybe we'll get lucky and, this has been so public this time where Activision is like, we need to stop this, and they just have because they probably say behind closed doors they have zero tolerance for it, but it's just like I said, man, I feel like that there's one or two big people up there that's keeping the whole cog going. Like,
I understand your skepticism. Listen, man, it's a great discussion. Hoeg, thank you so much for the knowledge, You
Absolutely.
always dropping it. I just want to be respectful of time because obviously this topic when
I gave you extra. You knew I would give
I
you extra.
know, but I always feel guilty because I know you got things going on, and I want to respect Andrew as well.
We know how valuable your time is.
Yes,
that was good, man. I'm gonna be watching his videos. I love stuff like that, especially deep dives. So 1 hour and 20 minutes, that's not even long for me. That's like 10 minutes.
I recommend 1.5. I think I enunciate well enough.
Bro, first of all, thank you for spending the time. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely.
The Lord
Long
of
live Resident Evil. Thank you.
You lost that poll, sir.
Yeah, listen. I don't care about
another
your
point.
polls that you
Another
put
point
up.
that I need to bring up that I forgot.
Anytime you got to fight, you lost.
Resident Evil copied off of Alone in the Dark, so they came first.
Oh my God! So Alone in the Dark is the GOAT.
Alone in the Dark was first.
Every time you have to fight, you lost.
Hey, Soft, just quick question. You need to send me one of those. Like one of those things he keeps. Yeah, those.
He didn't send me one. I went out and got it.
He went out and got himself.
That's fine. You bought that before we started doing this. Soft, send me one of those.
Have an original thought, sir.
It's gonna be your thought. It's gonna be your thought.
Time. I have to do outros for the legendary Hoeg Law. That man has to get back to his family, and anybody else that has to leave now, we have to give them the proper. So, Lord Hoeg, where can people find you? What else do you got going on, sir?
Absolutely. Well, I do virtual legality on YouTube on the Hoeg Law YouTube channel, and you can find me on Twitter. You would have seen some of the thoughts in that video in a late night thread when it happened, because fortunately, virtual legality has enough subscribers now that if Activision gets sued by the state of California, my phone would not stop beeping. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll get some of the early thoughts that'll appear on the video. But otherwise, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing videos on the business and law of technology, video games, other things that interest me. And we're having a good time there. We continue to grow, and it's been a fun trip.
Keep going. I love it. You got me watching Loki. I said, Hoeg likes something? I'm like, oh, he's so critical. I'm like, I got to watch Loki.
Hoeg said Loki was his favorite MCU TV show, but it's a low bar.
It's not saying much.
That MCU disrespect. We're going to talk about this.
I think
I'll be on that show because I wish they were doing better than they are.
Oh, my God.
I think what makes your content so unique is I see other people breaking stuff down, but I don't really see people breaking stuff down like you. And then, because I like doing the TikTok thing, like I see more people in your reign over there than I ever see on YouTube. I feel like, I don't know why. I feel like there's not a whole lot of centric law channels.
No, it's just he's got a gift and a passion for it. And like I said, when Hoeg get into his legalese bag, it's fun to watch because he's just flowing. I literally listen to you. I'm like smiling. I'm laughing because I can tell the passion. It's cool to see, man.
We do need to start being really consistent with the R&R.
Yeah, for sure. We got to get back to it. But look, Hoeg, enjoy your day, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I'm sure I'll be on again soon.
Of course, you already know. Now, Lord Andrew Lyons, I know we do have one more topic. I just want to be mindful with your time because I know we are approaching that. Are you good or where are you?
Yeah, I could definitely do the one more time.
The final.
I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you for hanging out.
No doubt. Appreciate
y'all.
For one more. And One Bad Mothers want to make sure we good in the realm, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, no doubt. Now, Solve, you want to do super chat now? You want to wait until
the
after?
Lords don't get asked. Are we?
No, we don't have you. It's a hostage situation. You under duress. You're staying in your seat.
So you're staying, sir. First off, big shout out to Akizi Williams for a nice little gift that he has for the realm. I'm about to drop something in the chat right now. First one to get it.
Yes.
Gonna get it.
Go get it.
All right.
Go get it.
Go get it. Go get it. What's
And so this code courtesy of Lord Akizi Williams is for the new Hotness Death's Door on the Xbox platform. So go get that.
No doubt. So get that hotness. Get that hot. Get that heat.
Man, I was about to drop my death's door in there.
King, you cannot enter. So leave that alone. Try to go get that.
I'm not worried about it. Phil shows it on the stage. It'll come to Game Pass.
It'll come to Game Pass eventually.
He says it's coming eventually.
I'm not worried about that.
Look, so you want to wait until after to get the super chats? Then, or are you sure?
Yeah, because I don't think this last topic is going to take
it's gonna
all that time. Okay.
So look, let's get
I'm
this
gonna
last
ask questions real quick. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, no doubt. Look, last one, man. This is, I believe, Kings, but I'll set it up for him. Yeah, man. Tencent's out here. Tencent snaps up British video game developer Sumo, $1.3 billion.
Well, 1.27.
Well, 1.27. You're correct. 1.27. So we rounded up. But yeah, so it definitely is out there.
Billion with a B.
With a B.
Yes.
With a B.
Mhm.
Yeah.
For Sumo.
And I'm gonna give you why in a second.
Yeah, I better hear why.
Look, they just, they said the board of Sumo firmly believes the business will benefit from Tencent's broad video game ecosystem, proven industry experience, and strategic resources. So this has been going around. Sumo, I think they are responsible also for what is it, Big Sack Boy? They've done Crackdown.
Big Sack Boy.
Yeah, that's how you got to call it. That's Kid calls it.
Big Sack Boy.
Big Sack Boy.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They've been out there, Crackdown, I believe, as well, and a couple other high-profile range of games. So,
I was gonna say, keep in mind, I just put a poll in there.
Okay.
It said, is Tencent worth $1 billion with a B?
Hit the
wasn't
poll, y'all.
Sonic Racers in there, I think?
Sonic Racers.
Yeah.
So look, man, King, set off this your topic.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
all
yeah,
right. So, a lot of people are familiar with SumoDigital. A lot of people think SumoDigital is like a new company. SumoDigital is not a new company. They were info games. They were founded in 2003. This is 18 years into the game. And this acquiring affects more than you think. Like, Cog mentioned Big Sack Boy. And a lot of you guys remember that they helped finish off Crackdown 3, pause. And when you start to look at the diverse catalog and the games that they did actually co-create, co-develop, and push out the door, these games are outstanding in the sense that I didn't know how far they reach were at all. I thought, they just did smaller games here and they were just like a tie your shoes, button up type of company. And it wasn't that. They did virtual tennis for the PlayStation Portable.
Yeah, I remember
they
that.
did Outrun Coast to Coast.
Extensive history, yeah.
They have a huge catalog and they work with Microsoft a lot on a lot of Microsoft properties and titles. They have 700 employees. They're from Sheffield, England. And when we worry about Microsoft purchasing companies or we worry about Sony purchasing companies, we hear outcries for this stuff. But then we hear a foreign entity purchasing these companies.
Quiet.
And
are you implying that there's
That's a good point.
Are you going for the bars, sir? Are you going for the bars?
Yes, I'm going for the fact that they quell and they have an ability to keep quiet and move in the shadows while they keep acquiring rings. They keep acquiring that gauntlet. You look over, Hip Hop Gamer was on the show last week and he explained to you for a long time, Tencent was #1 in video game earnings. How did they do that and they don't have a console? How did they do that and they're not a major so-called, we say the big three, right? How come they're able to do these things and move in utter secrecy and silence? And when you look up, you say, oh, that company is owned by Tencent. Is this, and I've rang the alarm a while ago.
You've been on it.
And I've been saying at what point in time, because their philosophies are not in line with Western philosophies.
You've been on it.
Right? And a lot of practices that Tencent have, allegedly, aren't
that Hoeg influence was lit.
Right?
I like that.
In line
Protect the brand.
with our Western philosophies. When does this stuff become a problem that they're acquiring? And this company has a rich history. So $1.27 billion is nothing to sneeze at. You have to look at companies that got acquired for $300 million. This is money to, when I tell you, when you go in and you put down that money, you say, keep the change. This is keep the change money to shut up and let's hurry up and get this done.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. They have no problem overpaying.
Right.
None whatsoever.
43% above market value. Sumo was purchased by Sumo.
That's terrifying.
That was That was we're skipping all of your people. They have no say. Pay them off.
That's what you have to do when you purchase something that isn't necessarily for sale, right? You overpay, right?
That's what Microsoft did.
Was ZeniMax worth that much money? No, but that's how it happens. How did whatchamacallit? How did Take-Two get outbid by EA for Codemasters? Right? They just came in. They put that bid in. It wasn't high enough. These guys came in with another one, gone.
But when you understand yielding later, this is nothing to them.
Yeah,
correct.
It is
correct.
Expansion. If this is about expansion in the West, and you know you're going to yield later based on the talent that you have, especially what you just acquired. This is nothing.
Time too, right? Like, I think King brings up some good questions here, and we've said it before. Or I've heard you say. I say we. I was in the background agreeing with you.
You always in the chat, brother. We know.
Yeah. That Tencent is the Weight Walkers, right? This is really the final boss.
Those are my boys. Okay, I told people who the White Walkers was. Continue. My man, OneBadMutha. Continue. Speak, brother. Go on and talk.
So you gotta ask yourself, why would you overpay? So obviously they didn't buy SumoDigital because they were this great value, right? Like that's obvious based on this. So what is it why would you overpay for a support studio right now?
Yes.
And that's what Sumo is. And for people who don't know, Sumo is actually one of the industries, from what I've heard from people that are a little bit more engaged, they're one of the industry's more important support studios. And they support a lot of people. They make games for Sega, Sony, Microsoft, everybody. And I was even, one time I asked about, well, hey, it's acquisition season. Is this somebody Microsoft might go for? And they're like, well, I hope not, because they're so important to so many other studios out there. That I hope that Microsoft doesn't take them because they are pretty. If you took them off the board, a lot of companies would struggle if that wasn't a go-to for them anymore. And when you look at kind of where the industry is heading right now, it is heading to an area where being the market leader isn't who sells the most consoles. It's going to be being wherever the gamers are going to be. And I think Tencent right now is positioning themselves. And this is why you probably have heard this is who Microsoft really considers their true competition long term. Because as you start tearing down those walls where the walled gardens and plastic's no longer a barrier between the consumers and these companies here. Tencent is acquiring assets to go head to head with everybody. And I do expect they are going to come out with a subscription. Like if you look at the most analysts are predicting there's going to be a lot of subscriptions in the next 5 years, because if you follow like even what happened to the TV industry, which is a much smaller industry, it's losing size compared to gaming already. It's already smaller than gaming, and gaming is supposed to get a lot bigger. You see Netflix paved the way, and what they find out is that it's not a winner takes all. So you're going to see a lot of companies jump in. But I think Tencent is positioning themselves, and so when people keep, like when we focus on the acquisitions and it's acquisition season, who's Microsoft going for? It's not really about keeping things away from Sony. I really think right now it is their focus on wherever Tencent's sniffing. You have to assume that Microsoft is kind of trying to be in those conversations too. So right now, these companies are, when you see this quote unquote consolidation in an expanding industry, this is all about where this industry is heading. And we know 5 years, a lot's going to happen, and 5 years is nothing. That's the development of one game. And so that's what's happening right now. So I'm expecting you're going to see other. The market is heating up pretty fast, and so I think you're going to see a lot more happen soon.
No, I agree. Andrew, I don't know if I got your thoughts on this one with Tencent. Just want to make sure if he stepped out, it's cool. Let's get Scared Addict, man. Where you at? Tencent.
I don't care about slow-mo.
You don't care about Sumo? Slow-mo.
Slow-mo.
I know you don't care about slow-mo. We're talking about
Freudian
Sumo.
slip there.
That was a Freudian slip.
At the end of the
Shout out
day,
to you, slow-mo.
I feel like this is more about Tencent being an issue than this company being bought. If they can come out of all the companies we could think of, like, obviously they spent half of what Microsoft spent on Minecraft. on this company. So like, what makes you think that they won't do this? Like, you know, they bought 40% above. Once if it was a company that they really wanted, you know what I'm saying? Like, this seemed like they just walked in, like, we kind of want them, but we want to make sure no one else buys them. So here's the bag. We skipping the line. But once if it comes to like a CD Projekt Red, where it's like, we want them. Here's the bag. Don't go anywhere else. I feel like that's the bigger issue. Is
I think
they're moving in ways. They're moving in ways.
OneBadMutha hit the nail on the head. How do you cripple an industry from take out the support?
Yeah.
If Sumo is the go-to, we got a game that we got to finish. Let's call Sumo. If this, let's call Sumo. We almost finished with this project. How we can get in this? Let's call Sumo. If you remove somebody's support system, you cripple those individuals in a stance that they're not able to operate and move in the same manner that they were before, and they lose that support. I didn't think about it until you said it, sir.
But
utterly amazing.
Continue.
It's like at the end of the day, it's like, you know, it would be different if I knew it ended here, but I know it's not going to end here.
Right.
You know, Tencent in 6 months from now, who knows? Tencent is dropping the bag like that. Tencent is the kind of money that Microsoft's like, we ain't even trying to buy Tencent ever. Like that wouldn't have. Well, you get what I'm saying. Like I'm talking about like volume and how big the company is. It's like even companies like Microsoft's like, they're out of our price range. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like, and Tencent's just looking at the field, and it's like, because they're not a platform owner, everything's on the field.
Right.
Because they don't have to answer to any kind of consumer base, because they can low-key stay in the shadows, because that's where they are. They're in the shadows.
Yes.
They can do anything they want. They don't have to.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think because they don't own a platform that they're able to operate in the shadows in the manner that they're doing?
Yeah, because they just bought this company, and if it would have been Microsoft or Sony a little bit less than Microsoft, they would have got coverage saying that this is bad for the industry.
Okay.
Tencent buys it, and they're like, no one bats an eye. I didn't see one person say this was a bad thing.
Valid.
Not
point.
one person.
Yeah, valid.
Yeah, not in the same way. Not at all in the same way.
The energy is different.
You know, listen. If King rang the bell recently again, I rang this bell years ago.
You did.
It was, I don't remember this was like maybe 2018 that was the first when they first came in. And the thing about it is that they move as sheep, but they're wolves. And the reason they're wolves is because whenever they acquire something, they don't change it, right? They don't come in, they're not disruptive in that way. They purchase, they give support, right? They give support, but to date, they haven't done anything with anything that they purchased. They just, here's money, here's support, keep making your games.
But there's been
what's crazy?
There's been subtle changes.
Allegations.
There's been subtle changes on when it. I have bars for the.
Well,
let me say something real quick, Slow-mo. You know what? Oh my God!
What is with you and Slow-mo today?
You'll find out what's with Slow-mo here in a minute. Okay, solve it.
Sumo.
Imagine this. No, I was actually thinking of Slow-mo. Imagine this. 2 years down the line, Tencent teams up with an American company and they publish their own console. And then all these properties they've been buying and all these things that they've been doing automatically comes exclusive. Like there's so many. I don't think that will ever happen because I think Tencent's making too much money.
But this
not
is
being a platform owner.
I think the gaming stuff, right? The gaming stuff doesn't matter. It's just a way for them to get in. Yes. I don't really think they care about the gaming stuff.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're always talking about like Apple coming into the gaming industry and Amazon. The only company I could truly see that could do something is Tencent because they own half the industry.
Be fearful but that can slide in without making a noise.
You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying though. Like I'm not saying they're
making a console would put them too far into the public eye, right?
Right.
And they're not going to want to do that. They're already. Because of the acquisitions that they made, they're already catching the ire of their own government.
I'm not saying that they are going to do it themselves. I said they're going to partner with someone.
They wouldn't do it either.
I don't know, man. I feel like you
I think that app
you
is
got
gonna come
all
one
the.
day.
I feel like you publicly support someone, and you have it's kind of like what they're doing now. They got their foot in everything. What is going out of their way and funding a system and having another company do it and just being a silent partner?
I don't know.
I think it's interesting to watch because the names that they're adding to their Rolodex without being public is amazing.
It's amazing.
Crazy.
People don't realize what they own. Oh, let me Google.
I think that's the focus, because it's one thing to, I mean, consoles are great, and we know we're getting additional handhelds, you know, at some point. I think that's fantastic. But when you can move that quietly and acquire new names to your Rolodex that are connected to some of the major companies that we enjoy today or we have enjoyed over the years, that's saying a lot about your strategic partnership acumen when you're doing those things. And I think it's amazing to watch when we don't even know what's happening.
This is ridiculous. Like, I'm looking at this. They own 100% of Riot Games, 100% of Funcom, Liu. So there's a lot of, you know, companies that make the games over there. They own what? Remedy. They own Discord. They own stuff in Discord. They own stuff in Roblox. I bet you they got in that real soon. They own 5% of Ubisoft. They own 5% of Activision and Blizzard. They own Sumo now. Like, it's just crazy. And what's funny, I don't see, but this time next year, the year after, I expect this list to be doubled.
Do you remember? I can't even name one person that works there.
Yeah. Do you remember when Ubisoft was trying to, when Vivendi was trying to take over Ubisoft, and they came to the rescue?
Gave him the bag and got 5%.
Gave him the bag and got 5%. They came to the rescue. Now get them out of here. Get them out of here. Listen,
Tencent got that leave.
We don't get very political here, right?
But I know where you're going.
But the fact of the matter is that there are other interests at play here.
Yeah.
When you
I don't kick third eye open.
When you think about the government of China and how their ideologies, and I'm talking about the government of China, not the people of China.
Not the people,
The government of China and how their ideologies differ greatly from our own.
Yep.
The fact that this business has been so pervasive in our business is troubling, because we're giving money to them, and in exchange they're giving business and money to us. That kind of makes a lot of people push aside their sort of personal feelings and things, issues about compass. Right and moral. Their moral compass is spinning just like this.
43% above market value could do that.
Yeah. So it's just it's a little scary.
Could you imagine? And I just got equated to this. Could you imagine you have your house on the market and somebody comes and they give you 40%,
40%,
more, and they tell you, "Oh, you can stay there." Yo, stay there.
You stupid. Yeah.
We don't want nothing.
I would be terrified. Yeah. I move out the next day.
But then King, you be like, yo, but I want to change my windows to red. No red window for you. We change like that blue. Back
they're
to
like,
the blue.
They're more like, I want to
blue.
They're more like, I want to change. Going. They're like, I want to change my windows to red. Well, how much you want to change those windows to red? What's it worth to?
What's it worth?
I think once they own, see, you have to look at the mindset of an individual handing you money to make sure that you're okay, and say, I don't want nothing right now.
Nothing in return. We're good.
But it will come back. Like you don't think it's going to come back. It's going to come back at your worst moment.
Yep.
Your worst moment, because you thought that moment was your worst moment. It actually wasn't. The worst moment was when you accepted that.
Look, let me get it to it. We get it to solve.
It's like Bungie.
I know it's all
like Bungie. When they made the deal with Activision, they thought it was their best thing at that time. And then a couple years down the line, they're like, okay, maybe this wasn't the right move.
Get in bed with the devil.
Yeah, no. Now listen, King, I know where you're going. Great topic. This is very interesting. Like, remember how the joke was, like, with all the studio acquisition, I was calling it cuffing season. You got to wife the studios up. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But, and at the time, we were hearing a lot of pushback, I don't like Microsoft doing this and Sony doing, whatever, but primarily Microsoft. We would hear that, right? And look, like Sav said, we here in the realm, we really stay away from the political stuff. We do, you know what I'm saying? That's not, we don't choose to make this a form, but this we cannot avoid some aspect of what's going on here, right? And the thing that is concerning, like we said, is that moral compass, obviously, from each studio head. When, let's say, if you're going under, or if you're not even going under, if you're on the market, and then, like King said, the limousine pulls up and someone's giving you, this new suitor that's giving you way more than everyone else's market value, right? That is an individual decision at that point that you have to make as a studio head. Am I taking that money and what comes with that, right? That's the first thing. Then the second thing is, obviously, we've been hearing rumblings of Crytek right now, you know what I'm saying, and them in the mix. To Addict's point, they have their tendrils in a lot of things, and people have to be cognizant of how much. And it's so weird because there's so much they have, but it's still like King said, it's like you don't really know it's in a dog. Like
it seems almost random.
It's almost random, but it's like the thing is this, it's not exactly. And the thing is, it's something it's worth monitoring. My thing is this: I'm always pro developer. I'm always going to be on the side of. These games are art. I want the developer to be able to create what they want to create free of restriction. To me, that is always the stance I'm going to lean on. However, we have seen instances already from those who are been acquired by Tencent, even in subtle ways, in certain aspects of their video games, whether it be Call of Duty, Guilty Gear Strive, certain things that they wanted to put in their game that government associated with Tencent did not approve, that's removed.
Yes.
Without question. You're not putting.
You know why?
Yeah.
You took the money.
Exactly. So be cognizant, developer, studio head, that if you take that bag, there's something that comes with that. You know what I'm saying? And that's my only thing. It's like that is gonna challenge the structure of a lot of studios or certain things. So look, I ain't pocket watching. You take that bag. Great, money's crazy.
No, I'm pocket watching. Don't take that back.
Look, that's a personal decision, but know what comes with that bag. You know what I'm saying? Because they're out here, and at the end of the day, like I said, they have influence. You know what I'm saying? In reference to their government and stuff like that. So you got to be careful. And this is something like King said.
Yeah, I think it's only the beginning, man. Really. Yeah. With them.
Yeah.
We've talked about how the NBA has been influenced by this. We've talked about the fact that John Cena was made to apologize.
Bro, it's
people, you don't realize exactly what's happening until it's too late.
Until it's too late, right?
And if you see it happening and you don't speak up about it, you just got to understand that when Sony makes a purchase, there's a big hoopla. When Microsoft makes a purchase, there's a big hoopla. If Nintendo makes a purchase, there's a big hoopla. If Tencent makes a purchase, it's a byline.
Yeah, like nobody's outraged.
It's like they controlling the news.
Bro, it's funny you say that because it's not just gaming media as well. There's certain aspects they have
purchased by Tencent.
Their tendrils are in a lot of things, and it's up to us to be cognizant of that, and it's up to the developer and all the entities to be cognizant of what happens when you sign that specific paper.
If I ever learned anything from Warren Buffett, is if you control the media, you control the narrative.
Yeah, that's a good point. But that's all.
I love those glasses, Addict.
Yeah, yo, Addict, I'm done with you.
Yo, he's done now.
Yeah, he's done. You can tell. Yeah, he's done.
Cut the show now. He's at the show.
I can't Addict right now. He's bored. He's attention span. We've had him too long. We have to
let's go.
out.
Let's go.
Look,
oh my god.
Oh my god. He out of control. But look, let's get the poll and then we'll get everybody out. Let's get out of here. His Addict is clearly he's ready to go. New LOGNET ILP poll. It should be up on LordsOfGaming.net right now. So it's courtesy of Select Bang 007 of our Patreon tier. Salute to him. If and when Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer's time is up as the head of Xbox, who do you think should take his place as the rightful successor to the throne?
That's an interesting poll.
A great question. The choices are.
That's easy.
A, the Queen, Sarah Bond.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go with. Yeah.
Sarabon Crosby.
The Deacon, Pete Hines.
No.
C, God Howard.
No.
Or D,
anyone who bends the knee and anyone who apologizes is not acceptable.
Or D, I'm gonna let y'all finish, but Don Matrick was one of the best Xbox
Oh
presidents
my
of all time.
God. Oh my God.
Stop it, man.
Burn that poll.
Those are the questions. Please rock the poll. It's up right now on lordsofgaming.net. But first, let us salute the amazing Lord Andrew Alliance. Rocked out with us the whole time. Tremendous gaming history, tremendous discussions. I mean, man, the intellectual stuff, the meta stuff, the life and passion and gaming and journey. My brother, it was a pleasure. Yes. And
he's talking about empowerment.
Empowerment.
You have to listen to his words.
Amazing. So where can the people find you, and what do you have going on, sir?
Absolutely, man. You can find me on Uriah, URIYYA. That's where most of my stuff is posted. I have a multi-link in there. If you guys are interested in learning about crypto, I have a crypto journal in there.
Nice.
Post that multi-link in there, Hustle, if you're still in the chat.
Yeah, post it in the we take care of it. Continue, brother.
Yeah, so I have a crypto journal in there. I've been really diving back into the cryptocurrency space. I wasn't there since in 2017, kind of dipped out and back in full force and investing in a lot of different companies and stuff like that. So I have financial literacy in there.
Nice.
All the way to mining. I was mining earlier, some coins and stuff like that. So yes, I'm in that space pretty heavily. But the podcast was on hiatus because we had some life things that we're situating.
No doubt.
Specifically with me.
Okay.
But the show radio, theshowradio.info, you can find the podcast there. We're almost at 600 episodes. And we're pretty proud of the conversations that we've had over there with a lot of individuals for sure. But yeah, most of my links are on my Twitter, and that's where I update most of the stuff.
No doubt. I put the Twitter up in there again. Please support this brother. Really solid content. What I like, again, is very, very introspective. You always give your passion. And I love that a lot of productivity videos where you really help other content creators try to improve in different aspects, just as a content creator. Also on the tech side, I could have used your help yesterday. My keyboards failed, but that's another story. But look,
I would have drove and gave you a keyboard, man.
I appreciate you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, love. But yeah, we love to shine on people like you because, again, you see the journey, you see the growth, and you're doing great things. We'll have you back in the realm once again.
Thank you, man.
The Alliance, my man. Andrew, what's up, man? Salute. We love hearing from you, man. And of course, making his debut as well, cameo that we've been working on for some time. So apologies, my man. OneBadMutha. You podcast with the world's first Xbox Live beta testers. Shout out to Brad. But you also do some amazing writing with Xbox Era and those guys. But I want to salute you, OneBadMutha. Thank you for pulling up. Where can people find you, and what else do you have going on, sir?
Yeah, first off, Mr. Cognito and the rest of the Iron Lords, thank you so much. It was awesome being on the show. I've been watching you guys since, since you were able to read the patrons in like a short period of time.
Thank you, bro.
So, and I remember, actually, it's funny. I was talking to Enrique about this, like on the phone one day. I was like, like when I first heard you guys, I was like, there was something special about you guys. And I remember talking to other people and it was like I can't wait for people to discover, Iron Lords. Thank you, it's great to see you guys getting discovered and just growing like this. And you've been a group that I've been rooting for a while. In fact, one of the reasons this is pretty special to me is this group is actually what kind of inspired me to maybe want to move forward in this industry, like as an influencer or just getting involved in writing about it. And the reason is you really brought back, listening to you guys, it just brought me back to like those days where, me and my guys would be sitting around the Sega Genesis, talking trash, with some drinks on a weekend or going up to the bowling alley and trying to beat each other with in Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. So, and just hearing these stories too, it's one of those things that, like, even hearing like Andrew's journey and hearing different people's journeys, it's not just it's not just gaming, it's life. And it's great that you guys you just bring back that kind of love and family and use gaming as something that brings people together.
Yes.
Before, remember back in the day when we used to circle around those systems, we didn't ask people too much about, like, we didn't really care, right? You were all invited. We just all kind of got there. And I think that you bring that back, and it's an important thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. That means a lot, man. And to hear, people like yourself and people who say, hey, it's one thing to do something and believe in it. That's why I like Andrew's quote. You know what I'm saying? It was it really, the whole, like, believe in your vision even though when others don't see it kind of deal. It was like that for us too, because we believed in it. It just, for whatever reason at the time, it just wasn't, we weren't getting the eyes that we thought we kind of deserved a little bit. And, one thing for me, I can speak on, King always believed. Let's just get that. King was always the visionary. He was no wavering with this man. But, there's times as a content creator, I was like, damn, me and Addict talk, like, damn, so, like, this is good content. No one's not feeling us. Like, what do we got to do? And I think the only thing I can resonate is that just still believe in it and, like, yo, I don't care. I still enjoy doing this. We still enjoy doing this. You know what I'm saying? And
I mean, sometimes when it comes to
my God, I can't wait for this
Yeah,
shit.
he's out of control.
He's out of control. I mean, we got to get him. You know what Addict's boy. It's like when you leave your kid unattended and he just keeps running around.
You come in the room and he got,
I like that though. That's fresh.
Jelly
That's
all
pretty
over
fresh.
his face.
I don't like that couch, bro. Come on.
Sit down and let him talk to you on the big
I don't want to let him talk to you. I wanna
10
see
cent bite
that.
at it.
He said, sit down and tell me where it hurts. Let me talk to you.
So you say, look, Carl, like, imagine you sitting in that chair. Well, tell me how you feel, Carl.
Okay,
Sometimes you
ready.
need that couch, man. No problem. We need it sometimes. Man.
It's like I said, sometimes when it comes to stuff like that, sometimes you just got to restructure, do stuff that you're doing. When we come to having stuff like, what's what I'm looking for? What's his name? Reach out to your community, man. Get different people coming in, get different audiences coming in, upgrade the equipment. Not everyone cares whether or not you look crispy clean or you sound crispy clear, but sometimes people you can miss that audience if you don't have it. So
No, for sure. But thank you for that, OneBadMutha. It meant a lot, because again, we hear stories of people that listen to us, and it was there from early and to see us on our little journey. Respect, for sure, man.
And I do want to also say, like, that is something too that I think about, like, watching you guys kind of grow over the time. And I said, hey, these guys are already big, but they just people haven't just need to see them first. And like, I keep that in mind too, like, even with our team and, over at Xbox we were a group of guys that, it was founded by Nick and John. I know you've been on the show with Nick before, and but it is a group of guys that were like in a Discord and we kind of just came together organically. I know PlayStation fans like that word, so so we kind of grew organically. But it's one of those things is that if you feel like you're doing the right things and you're starting to you're starting to believe in what you're putting out there, those the numbers will come, right?
Right.
It's just focus on you being the best you and growing, and eventually all that other stuff will kind of take care of itself in time. So.
And I think the biggest thing I could possibly
he's out of control.
He's out of pocket. We got
I think the biggest advice I could give someone is like, take criticism well, man.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, sometimes that criticism they give you might not.
You gotta read super
Who's
chat.
popcorn though? Now I want popcorn now.
No, my food is ready.
Okay.
He got the text already. Like,
you got the text. All right. We go. Look, Lord Addict. Your outro, sir. Where can people find you? What you got going on?
This guy's in a movie thing.
I know he's doing too much.
All right, I'll turn it off. First off, appreciate everyone coming through. I do right before after we read the super chats, I'm going to drop some codes periodically through there. Keep in mind what's going on in the chat, because I'm going to put some questions in the chat. And the first non-member, I'm going to be doing different things in the chat while they're reading the super chats. We definitely appreciate everything you guys do. That's why I'm going to do one for the members in here, and then I'm going to drop a chat in here for non-members. But we appreciate everything you guys do. So what's going to end up happening, I'm going to throw those in the chat. Definitely be paying attention to that. I got a Death's Door code.
Nice.
So we've technically gave away 2 Death's Door. One was because Yeah, it's a great
Can
game.
I get this one?
No.
No.
If you want a desk door, you're gonna have to hit up Solve and have him send you a desk door.
Nah, I'll wait till Phil.
It'll be in Game Pass. Don't worry.
Continue.
So
The words of King.
I will be asking Zelda questions in the
Okay.
chat in honor of Skyward Sword,
Oh,
but it won't be related to Skyward Sword. But
good?
I definitely appreciate it. We will. I've had people ask a couple questions about the podcast we're doing. We are having artwork made for it now, so keep that in mind. And I've had people ask me about the little man. It's coming.
It's coming.
Artwork is not overnight. It takes time to develop. Yep. If we want the best version of it, you guys gotta wait. Exactly. I apologize.
No doubt. It's coming. I know.
It's coming.
Lord Solve, where can I find people? What you got going on? Sir?
First off, one more really quick giveaway. Shout out to member of the realm, NWA Everwild, for providing this code for 3 months of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, but it only works on brand new accounts. So if you're in our chat and you're somebody who has not jumped onto the Game Pass bandwagon, this is for you. And if you happen to get it and you already have Game Pass, pay it forward to somebody that you know doesn't have it. So I'm going to drop that in the chat right now. First one to grab it. Congratulations.
No doubt. That's right. New Game Pass subscribers.
And for me, the big shout out to Andrew, to Lord Hoeg, obviously, and OneBadMutha for coming through. Andrew, like I just, like I said before, I love conversations like this. I love the fact that we'll sit here for 2-3 hours talking about, going deep into Okazami and like and fighting game stuff, and then deeper real life stuff. So definitely appreciate you on the podcast. And OneBadMutha, you just keep doing what you're doing, my brother. And then Hoeg, man,
beast.
Hoeg is just a beast. He really is. Like he takes all of these subjects that a lot of us don't really understand on a granular level and just breaks it down in a way that he knows that we can understand.
Yes. He doesn't flex on us because we like the layman, and I like when he comes in and he's like, all right, let me speak to them. But he doesn't.
We need him.
We need him. Yeah. He's like the transcriber.
Exactly. Yeah. He knows we're peons, but he doesn't treat us.
Yeah, he doesn't treat us like that.
Yeah.
Continue.
He gives it to you that you can digest it.
No doubt. Lord King. What you got going on? What can I find you, sir?
I'm hungry.
Okay.
First and foremost, I would like to thank Cog.
Thank you.
I would like to thank you because without your
no, I was saying he was like, "What's it for?"
Without your digging and going and looking and bringing different individuals to the podcast that I didn't know that I needed.
Yep.
We would definitely be like a ship without a rudder.
Love.
All right, so let me just say thank you because and it's blessings for that because I got a chance to meet a young individual that is grounded, insightful, and didn't know that I had to look at your content because when you come across a study of men, and I just say men in general, I'm talking about man in general, I'm talking about woman, man, a study of human, that's very rare.
Mm-hmm.
You are mindful with the words that come out of your mouth because you know words are spelling and spelling cast spells. You understand these things and you know what that means. You are grounded in your Haitian heritage and you're proud of that, and you also explain your story through. And we walk the same streets.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in the same stuff, and it's beautiful to see your journey and you growing and you giving reverence to an individual, and you didn't even understand that it was happening subconsciously when you were doing it. I believe that's how it went. Maybe I'm just connecting dots, but it was a real treat today.
Yeah.
A real treat today to meet you, to hear your story, and to connect with you. Mm-hmm. So I do appreciate everything. And even if you didn't get a chance to talk about the cryptocurrency, you put that there for people to go find those nuggets, because if they really want to dig, they will get to your content and dig and find out more. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate what you're trying to do and what you are doing. Because when you did say, they asked you, what was your pinnacle point? You said you could pull everything from all the interviews. and that was beautiful. That showed very good thoughtfulness in what you were saying. OneBadMutha, you have been around a lot.
Been around,
like
yeah. Been around.
And when you popped in, I was like, OneBadMutha's in here. And this is why I love the community. We have support from individuals that's been around, and you've been around, and I know this.
I've seen that name. I remember when that name first super chatted. I was like, oh, I remember we laughed like, who's that?
OneBadMutha.
I was like, who that? And to see that is dope.
And,
it's dope.
And to hear you talk, you have stuff to offer. Our community is rich and it's vast, and it's such a beautiful thing that keeps giving back. Don't dismiss anyone. Don't ever.
Facts.
And on the road out bad, try to stick around for after super chats because I have a question to ask you.
I want to thank Hoeg for coming in.
Yes.
And giving something that we don't understand, because none of us here are lawyers. He is a lawyer. He knows how to read those paragraphs. It looks like gibberish to me.
It's might as well be hieroglyphics to you.
Right, it might as well. But we're going to go off of pure emotion and stuff like
he's
that.
right. Yeah, he balances it. Yeah,
he balances it and gives you expectations that are in reasonable forms, and he allows you to understand it and allows you to digest. It's a reason why we went with Hoeg Law to help us achieve our LLC, because we trusted him and believe in that man who is honest and real.
Yeah, he's a real one. Yeah.
So where is he based out of?
Michigan.
Yeah,
Michigan. But he, again, if we'll talk offline if you're looking to do stuff.
You need his
yeah, if you need, and he will also refer you to other people as well. Like tremendous rapport with him. And perfect. Yeah, like I said, he's just a genuine individual, and ultimately,
it seems like a wholesome dude.
Oh
man.
yeah, yes, ultimately, to King's point, another reason is, and Sav would understand, is some other entities that we went to didn't even understand what a podcast in the video game space is. Yeah. So we wanted someone that had a feeling, a true knowledge of the culture before we even deal with
somebody
them.
that actually respects that Resident Evil's the GOAT.
I'm done. I'm done. But yeah, salute Hoeg. Yeah, hit up Hoeg.
Yeah, thank you everyone that says,
he does respect it. It's a GOAT.
Electro is going up. I already have it in the queue. I already did everything. Hip Hop Game is in that episode too as well. But thank you guys, everybody that's here. Like, share, subscribe if you haven't already. Send it out to a friend, but also go to lordsofgaming.net. We have a ton of writers there. We have a lot of stuff that goes on, and a lot of news we break. They source us. So go there. I know you heard me with the IGN stuff. Yeah, we just as big.
Talk your talk. That's what I'm talking about. King always marketing. I love it, man. That man, we had IGN, but he still won. He's like, yo, by the way, but Lord's Game did that first. Salute the King. You gotta respect it. The hustle's real. Listen, tremendous show. This was a very deep show. I didn't expect that, but loved it. The different perspectives. Everything was great. Again, shout out to Hoeg for pulling up, blessing us with his time. Busy day for him to even come through and bless us with any knowledge is much appreciated. Lord Andrew Alliance, I'm so glad we are working together. I'm looking to work more with you in the future. I think more people need to hear about you, hear from you. The content is great. Please subscribe to his channel. He's got Andrew Alliance channel. He's got the show, radio, a great podcast. And again, my bro, OneBadMutha. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I love what you're doing, and me and you've talking offline, and again, I really appreciate the kind words, because it truly shows, sometimes you don't realize we touch people.
You have been brought up a few times in conversations.
Yeah, facts, and I like to see what you're doing, and salute to the team you're with. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, Brad and Lord Chancleta himself, he'll get him back in the realm as well. It's been a minute, and of course, Slow, Forte, the whole crew, EJ, Eric Jackson, B Money, all those guys over there at Basement Radio Arcade Podcast. But look, great show, y'all. That's all I got. Attic, you got any business before we get up out of here? Oh, we didn't even do super chats, are we?
Yeah. We're about to do super chats.
Okay, so look, so this is what we're gonna do. Out of fairness to those here, we got a business to do. So if you guys,
King, you can take off because I know you're.
Yeah, King's got to eat.
I'm dying right now.
King's got to eat.
Yeah, just go ahead and take
And they
it.
keep
It's fine.
super chatting on purpose.
I know. Lord Andrew, if you got it, please. We have business, so if you gotta go, it's all good. Do your salutation. Say
I appreciate y'all. I just want to say thank you, man. I love y'all and love your content. And blessings to you guys. I'm about to eat also.
Get your grub. Get your grub.
You've given me a lot to think about, and you guys are a blessing in the space. So thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Much love. Solve. Let's take care of business. And
real quick. I forgot to mention we were 6 away from our next stream.
Yes. Okay.
Six subs, 6 members. That's fine. I'll say King. And real quick before we hand it off to Super Chats, I have a question for the members in the chat. The first member to post the answer to this will win a game. And the question is, what instrument did Link find Gandalf playing after confronting him in Ocarina of Time?
If he found Gandalf playing it, that's a whole other game,
sir. Ganon.
Ganon. No, Gandalf. No.
Oh,
Gandalf.
Really? There's a Gandalf.
Ganon is the monster that Gandalf turns into. Gandalf is the actual person.
Ganondorf.
Ganondorf.
Yeah, Ganondorf. No, it's not a flute.
All right, so you got that in there. Cool.
Yeah. I'm just going to give it to the first person who says it. It's not a flute. It's not a guitar.
A guitar. Will me. I can't.
There you go. Okay, hit me up on me up on Twitter.
What's your Twitter, sir?
Lord Addict ILP.
All right.
And it's like I said, we are 7 away from doing our next stream from neither members or Patreon.
No doubt.
Saxophone. I'm done with it.
Yeah, the trumpet. Yo, Wilby's loose. Hey, his bees be loose too. But look, we gotta pay the bills. Come on, Solve. Let's get through it.
All right. We got Tony Bryant, $5 super chat. This show definitely I got that one. Optimus Code with the $50 super chat. Absolutely. No need to read this, but of course we're gonna read it. Thank you, brother. Great content as usual. Proud of you, brothers. Y'all have no idea. Thank you, my brother.
Salute,
much
Code.
appreciated, Code. Appreciate it, brother.
I like Behave Code when he's on podcast. I don't know who that other dude is on Twitter, but this dude, I like the dude who be on podcasts and he jumps in the chat. I like him. Salute the Code, though. Salute the Code.
And we got Fat Boy Horror, £5 super chat. Glad Dead Space is back, but EA is still a punching bag. Dodgy MTs as surprise mechanics and next gen upgrades for extra cost. Nah. Yeah, they're about that money, you know. Cowboys fan 404, $10 super chat. One bad mother out here looking like a mix between Solid Rev and Phil Spencer.
One bad, you want to speak for yourself?
FYI, I'll have something on my shelf next time.
Exactly, you got to do that. FYI, all white people don't look alike.
FYI, yes.
I'm gonna do this on that one.
He muted the camera. Continue.
Then we have Flame with the $5 super chat. Well, hey, at least people cared for Dead Space in comparison to a couple recent remakes / remasters. Then we have Don Otaku with the $10 super chat. It's crazy that EA has 3 of my favorite games this year. It Takes Two, Knockout City, and Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Also, looking forward to Lost in Random and Dead Space Remake. Never would have guessed that last year. Yeah, I mean, they're bringing back, single player games that people want to play. So let's see. Mr. Irishman, £10 super chat. Hearing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in that trailer gave me goosebumps. Dead Space is the greatest survival horror game ever made. Not even RE4 holds a candle to it. Bring on the remake. Told y'all. Jesus, man. And we have Cowboys fan 404 again, $10 super chat. Almost forgot Andrew Alliance out here looking like a young Sticky Fingers from Onyx.
Yo, fact slam. We do got the stick, yeah.
The boys be boys.
Oh, yes.
Hip hop heads know what I'm talking about.
Oh, for sure.
Then we got Hard to Find, $5 super chat. King just has bad opinions on heavyweight champs. Remember what he said about Tyson Fury?
King ain't even defending someone.
I just dropped Borderlands 3 in the chat.
Nice.
So whoever snatches that first.
You see, rewards for sticking with us all the way. There you go. Then we got Random Citizen, $5 super chat. Ari made it a hotline. Dead Space made it a hot song. That's right, baby. And remember, Ari didn't redate nothing.
Oh my God! Loaded the dogs to goat now. Yes,
Loaded the
Go to the King.
To go just first.
Yes.
RRD $2 super chat. Defining Duke plus ILP, 6 hours of Lord Cog. Can't go wrong.
Salute. Yeah, that Duke episode's out there.
I have not listened to it yet,
Fire.
so that's gonna be my work episode.
Salute.
Tomorrow.
Hashtag FireDD for those that get to the end.
Then we got Hargeet Shania, $10 super chat. Accountability should be forced by gamers not engaging with Activision Blizzard, but consumers always let things go. Yes, we do. Do you think gamers will hold themselves accountable in this case? Will you guys? The fact of the matter is, it's a good question, but I'm gonna tell you right now, none of us vote with our wallet to that extent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, I've always stated public outreach on Twitter, they care more about their brand than money most of the time. So.
Yeah. So honestly, it'll probably directly more so hurt the developers, the ones that we don't want to hurt, than the actual bottom line of the company. Right. So there are other ways. You gotta talk about it. You gotta make it known that the entire industry, both on the fandom side and on the press side, is not gonna go for it. And hopefully that begins to move the needle a little bit. We got Evan, $10 super chat. I grew up adoring Blizzard until I worked for them in what should have been a dream esports job in South Korea. It's soul crushing to see that it extended to the rest of the company in my home country. Wow. See? And we have Four Eyes Malone, $2 super chat. Great show, y'all. Intriguing the whole way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Then we got the Rubber Knob with the $10 super chat. Morning, Lords. This dates back to last week. Did I hear Hip Hop Gamer leak that the next E3 Dance Moves Jim Ryan is going to walk out on stage and announce TV?
I just finished watching that E3 Xbox where they said TV so many times. Continue.
Shout out to hip hop though. Hip hop is a real dude.
Yeah.
Very passionate. Everyone should go support him.
Yes, sir.
Then we got Clutch Man, $5 super chat. Great intro, ready for the topics, Joe. Can't wait for Flight Sim to change console gaming forever.
No doubt.
Then we got Flame, $2 super chat. Another one and another one and another. Flame trying to incite something.
Yeah, he trying to incite something. We know what he doing.
Yeah, everybody's just as tired as we are.
Yes.
So I think that's it. We're good.
We caught up? All right, cool.
I believe so.
So look, Attica, you good? Oh, he was in the bushes, so I'm assuming he's good. So look, again, great show, y'all. We will be back next Sunday. More fun, more great guests and things cooking. Cannot wait. Attica, you back. Anything else before we're about to get up out of here?
No, I just, I want to thank all the guests. And I really want to thank all of you. You guys come here every week. Even, we can all agree, the gaming right now is mad dry. And you guys come in here because you want to hear our opinions on some of this stuff. And, King being messy, being fraudulent when it comes to Resident Evil. But I definitely, I want to thank all of you for showing up.
No doubt, no doubt. And on that note, everybody enjoy your Sunday. And until next week, peace.
You